Yeah. We're live? Oh. Feel like a caged animal here, Michaels, there's a lot of Michaels around here. So welcome, Black Friday. We're doing something a little different here today. We're gonna have a many-hour live stream and figured my car was dirty, so what do I do best? It's wash it, and we do that on camera. So let's get started. So Mike's gonna follow me around with the camera. And we're gonna chat about life. So M3, I'm gonna say it. What's most is the dirt is it was sitting out. There was, I guess they burned stuff back here. So there's a bunch of ash all over it. I need to get off. Brake buster. Undiluted brake buster. Remember, you're diluting the brake buster when you're using the water from the, whatever you call this thing, gun. I'm gonna beat the sun. It's like, it's 10 a.m. Normally I would wash an hour earlier, but you see the sun is chasing us down here. I do need to take these wheels off and recoat them. The CSL XO has reached its limit. Ooh, I wonder if we'll get anything fun. UPS is here in the morning. So Black Friday started, what time did we actually start it last night, Brad?
Yeah, about
6 p.m. So we did a couple $100 grand last night. Pretty cool. Thank you for your support. But you need lots more support. Keep buying stuff. You need an easy detail brush. You need a bucket package. You need a $40,000 array of Sonic MSS Plus cabinets. We all need that. Let's do it. So I still have to fix the M3. It's on the list. We're knocking out things on the list. We got the pressure washer set up at my house. We've got my hose reels installed. We're going to take the air compressor over there. Is that door going to fit at your house?
I think it might. Yeah, I measured the sides. 18 plus.
Oh yeah. That won't be hard. You have to video it though, of him installing it, and then you come get it out of my life. So the garage door, the T-Max doors, which are great, I think, I can't install because of my loser neighbors. AKA the Gestapo said, nope, that $800 or $600 co-plague piece of garbage contractor grade door you got is good, not your $3,500 T-Max, change the world level garage door. Nope, that's no good. We can't be having you have nicer stuff than everybody else, because that just wouldn't be nice. People wouldn't like that. So I got to get that door out of there so I can get my air compressor in. And somebody brought up a really good point. He said, lose, I think he probably called me a loser or something in there in between, but he said, you got all these tools you're not going to use, and now you don't have a lift, so you're definitely not going to use them. So you probably need to get a lift, and I think he probably is right. So I may end up doing a lift. We'll find out on Monday. I'm going to meet the architect and my designer and builder and all that stuff, see where we're at. So, see how long, we're projecting how long it's going to take to build the house. My fear is that, building this house, you can't get materials, and so then I'm going to be writing checks, up front. Yeah, we're on our last leg of, we're going to do some real long-term case study and provide some data for people. I think we're going to build a form. The brake buster, which is high alkalinity, we're going to run a pH test on it. It probably has a pH of 11 or so. And the problem with it, it's destroying the plunger inside even the industrial version of the spray head. But I'm confident that Pressall can figure it out. Thanks to the guy who tore it apart and sent me all the images to help us help us continue to chase, figure out how to make it better. See, I mean, the coating's pretty much toast. Water's just kind of sitting on there. And these are super glossy wheels, so it just happens over time. You know, the coating's been on there for, shoot. And again, it's just CSL XO on there. I mean, well over a year. So, need to do some deluxe. What do we got here? Oh no, not another pressure washer. Oh crap. What is that pressure washer? Briggs & Stratton? I didn't order a Briggs & Stratton. Maybe that's one I ordered years ago, you think? I still need to get the IND leveling, but the black painted ones I need to get on there. I was thinking about this car. You know, what do I want to do to this car coming up? Like, what would I like to do next to it next? And yeah, the front suspension, the spring perches are still making lots of chatter, so I need to fix that. Now, so I should probably start buying some wheels for this just to change it up, just to try some different things. What do I do with my thing? Am I going crazy? Put it in my pocket? I put it in the bowl. I put it in the bucket. What the heck is going on here? But I do need to. I have the Alcantara, IND Alcantara shifter, and Alcantara shifters don't usually make it very long. So I gotta do the weighted. Don't we do? I think I do a weighted F10 M5 shifter on this. You modify in order to get the so it still lights up. You could do the ZHP shifter, the weighted ZHP, but then you don't have the lights. So I do want to do that, and I think it's time. I think we should do a short shifter on this. I'm pretty sure it has some form of auto solutions. I think I'd like to dial it in a little bit more, make it a little shorter, a little crisper. But you know, the long-term goal of this car would be to send it out to California, and we do the Dyna Stroker. That would be sick. That would be really sick. We're gonna start the E36 should be back soon. I think they're almost done. The whole interior's done, the stereo's almost done, so they're kind of buttoning up at down in South Florida at E3. And then I forget what Chris's company is. It's third something audio systems. Crap, I forget what his company name is. But we decided to do a crazy audio system in it. So no ETA on my BBS E87s, but someday we'll get those. And I do have to call Barry and figure out, you know, I'm sure he has my TTX. It's just, he wants to come down and we'll do it together. And so we'll be doing the suspension at some point here, probably early next year. That's on the E36, but the E46, maybe we'll probably start ordering parts after the holidays, start figuring out what I'm going to do there. And then the Raptor giveaway is not looking good because even the good dealers, they're all jacking up the price on a Gen 3 Raptor. So the idea that I threw out there the other day, I don't think it's really going to happen. Unless one of you can find me a Gen 3 Raptor at MSRP. I did that one time. One time on my second GT3, so the white GT3 RS, I paid 10 over. And then just timing of it when I got the .2 RS, so I bought it for what, $220 on a 210 sticker. and sold it for $155. Not doing that again. Watch your legs there. I'm gonna bring this hose around, let's do the exhaust tips. Here. So what I normally do is just spray a little wheel cleaner on them. And then occasionally I'll hit them with some P21S polishing soap. That's the hardest word in detailing for me to say. I've been stuttering on that for 7 years now, however long I've been making videos. But we are catless on this, so it does get kind of dirty. Did we put the did we put that Dr. Beasley's coating on there? I don't remember.
No, that was on the 36.
Was it? Oh yeah, I need to do that to this. So Dr. Beasley's has a metal coating. I also want to put that on my fridge. So we'll add that to our list of videos. It was kind of cool yesterday to have Thanksgiving. We hosted and did it at my house that's kind of put together. Like the garage is almost done, the kitchen's done, the outdoor kitchen is at least functional. So we made some serious progress on the house, and so it's a lot more fun to not be living in filth. Oh boy, the sun's gonna get us. It's nice. So it's gonna be like 75. And I'm telling you, do we have these? I think we might not have any left, but if you're watching this stream right now and you want an Obsessed Garage anything, get this sweatshirt. If you don't like green, get the gray one. It's amazing. Finally got some good sweatshirts. The ones we had are decent, like the American Apparel version, but these are great. Absolutely amazing. And they're on sale. I don't love washing these or cleaning these wheels, but this is still my favorite car to clean. The washing part. The problem is, gotten the paint depth gauge, and I pretty much removed all the paint on the hood from the water spots. It's real thin. But the hood was painted at one point anyway, so if I had to repaint it, not a big deal. You got any questions? I thought Brad was out here. Is he still over there? Yeah. Let's see. The lugs. Ooh. Racing. Jason Singh. His company is, they finally got their stud conversion kits in titanium. So I'm gonna be getting titanium lugs and studs for all the M3s and the GT4. It's gonna be sick. What was I doing? I need to do this. I don't think I did this. Then once the E46 gets done, I'm sure we'll need to just do a correction on that. It was done. It has some art to shine, something or other on there, coating. But I'm sure we'll yank that off and start fresh. Because we're gonna rip the roof off of the E46 and redo it. Don't get too excited. The car's sitting on an angle here. That's why it looks lower on this side. Everybody starts freaking out, telling me, your M3's sagging. I'm like, no. It's sitting on a hill. So, we're doing this live. You get to see it's not much different than doing the regular wash and talk. I'm pretty much a one take kind of guy. A lot of cuts. Better hustle up here. Mike's been everybody this week gets kind of moved to a week, and all just kind of kicking in. They treat me like a darn zoo animal here, and then I feel like they just like everybody. Brad schedules me, and Mike's following me around with the camera and telling me what to do. But everybody here has kind of jumped into motion to get the orders out. And so Mike is sort of aiding all the warehouse people so they can stay on track, just keeping the shelves stocked and building boxes and just running around. And then I'm gonna go help Kyle this afternoon. We'll do some work on some designs. And Lewis and Jeff have kind of kicked into tech support to answer questions. And that, hoping we can be more, continue to improve efficiency and not have to not have to be so far behind and have everybody work themselves to death. We've instituted a lot of things, like for instance, even something as simple as making sure the discount code automatically applies, which sounds so simple, but we just transitioned to Shopify Plus, the Shopify Plus platform, and that takes away thousands, or not thousands, but hundreds of questions, over the course of the weekend, where people forget to enter the discount code or have questions about how it works or what it applies to, and so now it's just much more functional. By the way, Milwaukee is on sale right now, and it never is. So if you're thinking about buying anything Milwaukee, and we do have most of it in stock, get it right now. I'm telling you, it's the best deal you're going to see. I mean, most of the Milwaukee stuff has 12% margins, like total, for all vendors. And they do like the old school method. They do like a dealer holdback, where they then, if you hit certain growth numbers and certain sales numbers, they give you I think I got like a 4% kickback or something like that. So, but it's still, not enough margin to run 10% off and free shipping. And so they gave me permission to do that, because they, very stringent, very specific pricing models. And it's been really cool. Once it's been really hard to get in there, but once you get in, they're really great humans. Like, they're really great. All the people that work there are pretty fantastic at wanting to support and wanting to, invest in the community and all of that. It's been a great relationship. The other thing is Scott gave us permission to run the dry ice machines. So if you're thinking about buying one of the machines, now's the time to get it. That's on sale too. So you can see these Brembos, like if we had the stock brakes, like these wheels, like I haven't washed this in like a month, these wheels would be destroyed with brake dust. They're not, because the Brembos are way better than stock from a dusting perspective. All right, let's rinse it off. I already mixed up my soap solution and got my rinse bucket ready. We just have to fill up the soap bucket. My little, what's the company? It's RP something or other. My little guide in there. I've got to fix that thing. It kind of went crooked. I'm washing with DI water, so I should be all right, but I don't like dealing with the sun. It took me a little while, but I really feel like I'm back to used to washing, you know, with a hose. Like, it felt really weird for a while. You know, I've been washing for years with a boom pole, so I feel like it's something that you're like practiced at. And you practice, you know, managing the hose and how to deal with it and have it not be really annoying. But it was super annoying when I first started washing in the driveway again. And now we're fully functional at my house, and so I can start shooting wash and talks there. I'm excited about that. I'm telling you, water just falls off of this car better. It's just so good. It's such a great looking car. I think if I'm fortunate enough, I think, you know, when I build my house, and if I do have like the space to have more cars, I think I would really like to get like a really low mile collector version of this. And then we dine and stroke this car, and then, you know, just keep the collector grade car to shine up with a diaper, a microfiber diaper. Let's foam it. So I like to, I'm telling you, this thing, I don't think we have these, but you want to lock your spot down or reserve your spot, and then, you know, we'll ship it to you when we get it, so you can buy it this weekend. But this is my favorite, one of my favorite things that we have. It's a little goofy in that it adds a lot of height, you know, from the way it looks, but the way it functions is really, really good. You know, for what it is, it's a, you know, couple $100, you know, real luxury. But I love the cap, because then I don't have to stick my finger in there, and I can shake up my soap, get it prepared, and then I can transition right back to my foam cannon. If I don't do it crooked like that. And just, I don't know, I just like that. I think it's freaking cool. Same thing with the Viper chairs. The way to go on the Viper chair, don't get the fixed version, get the adjustable version, and don't get the tool tray. That would be my advice. The tool tray is fine, but this here is from the tool tray. This is from the tool tray. You know, you smack your leg with it, and then it's guaranteed at some point you're going to smack your car with it. So I'm confident Viper will continue to work on it, but we have them in stock, but it just depends on what you're doing with your seat. I don't like the tool tray after having spent some time with it. This, of course, is GSF, which we do have GSF in stock. I'm telling you, just give your other soap to your cousin or something and start using this. It's freaking great. this key out of my pocket. I think Jeff was trolling me. He posted, reshared somebody's video where they went like this. Don't do that, people. Stop doing that. Take your time, get nice coverage. No need to rush. It's a little car. Yeah, love this car. Does anybody else have this issue? Like, whenever I wash my car, I always have to go to the bathroom. Like, it's the water, I think, makes me have to pee every time. Live. Okay. I can hold it. Let's get our soap bucket. I put about, a couple ounces of soap in there already, and then we have the remainder of the foam cannon soap. The rinse bucket's already done. The rinse bucket's already ready to go. I'm telling you. Sorry, I don't mean to product place on you so much here today. This stupid ultimate nozzle is really good. I mean, it's some as seen on TV junk, but thanks to the guy who talked me into it, he sent me a nice email saying, look, I know this is as seen on TV junk, but I'm telling you, this is the nozzle you're looking for. It's better than like the Dixon valve, the real fancy ones, like the one that Griot's buys from Dixon. That's, several $100s. It's all like anodized aluminum. I think this one's better. Because I was looking to get one of those, get Dixon to let me sell the fancy ones, but gosh, this weather is amazing. I'm telling you, Thanksgiving in Central Florida is hard to beat. Hard to beat the weather. So this car has a coat of CSL, CSL, and 2 coats of EXO, and then OG drying. Let's see if I can do this without getting, I almost did it again. I almost got myself. See if I can do this without hitting my leg. I'll forget. I'm gonna hit it again. I'm gonna keep out like this every time. Slobber it all over my leg. Yeah, this soap is awesome. Nice and slick, foams well, smells good. I still contend that the smell thing is overrated. Like, you don't need your stuff. Oh, shoot. No, I didn't do it. I didn't get it. It was just my arm touching the leg there. I'm gonna get this wash. It'll be the first wash I've ever done without soaking my left leg down for some reason. So I think I finalized my GT3 Touring build. So maybe paint a sample and get the thing next summer. I did it. I freaking did it. Dang. Just a little bit. Okay. Oh no. Is he coming here? Keep going. Okay, good. I want the garbage guy. Comes and makes all kinds of noise and mess up our live stream. Gone dead?
No, we're gonna ask you some of the questions from the stream, but I'm just having trouble getting it out here.
Oh man. Let's see. This car just makes me want to do stuff to it. But like there's nothing left to do. I'm just gonna mess it up, you know? I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, well, you know, maybe I should thinking like just have a natural, like get a new exhaust, but we know we don't need an exhaust. It's like this natural tendency to want to do things to mess it up. That's why we need to get into the, you know, because we're in this lull between the E46 build out and the E36. So I need to just get into the E46 to not mess this one up, because it's doing well right now. If you guys, how many, is anybody even watching this? 20? All right, people, ask me some questions. What do you want to know about washing? You know, that's different than what you normally ask in the podcast. Anything you want to know? Anything you want to give me a hard time about? Go ahead and ask it now. Super chats. If you do super chat it also brings you to the top. So Brad's here, man in the phones, if you will. I am really excited. We came up with how we're going to do our audio private sale. I've got 81 different items in the attic right here. I shouldn't tell anybody that, because if you were going to rob me, that's where you would want to go. Go right there. I got 81 different things that are, you know, almost every single one of them. I opened the box, played it, looked at it, took photos of it. It's my own personal collection of all of the PSB, NAD, Dyne Audio, Blue Sound stuff. And so we're gonna run a insane, not like some 10% off deal, like cost deal, like my cost deal. And audio has some really, and unlike Milwaukee and stuff like that, has really great margins. What we're gonna do, we're gonna run like a, what was it, December 15th, I think we're gonna do?
January. Oh, for the audio thing, yeah.
Yeah, December 15th, I think it was 16th, something like that. We'll publish it for you. Where I'm gonna do a QVC like live stream, and we're gonna have Jeff and Tommy and Brad, and you know, we talk a couple of Lewis into answering the phones, and we'll send you the spreadsheet with the private sale pricing, because we can't publish it. And get you some deals. So that's going to be fun. What do you got?
When I ask them, repeat them, because I'm not like that.
Okay, yeah. So somebody just asked, is the Raptor giveaway going to happen? I just talked about that earlier. You guys got to find me a Gen 3 allocation. Not some, hey, you know, I got bait and switched a couple of times, and I call and said, yeah, we want 15 over. I'm like, I'm not doing it. It's a Ford. I'm paying extra for a freaking Ford. I'm not paying extra for a GT3, so I'm definitely not paying extra for a Ford. So help me with that. But I'd like to do it, but I can't give it away if I don't have something for Michelle to drive. And we all know we don't want her driving one of my cars. No way. Oh, shoot. Car's locked. What else you got? Yeah, so people ask me this all the time about advice on winter car storage. Here's what I think I would do, but I never did this, so I'm not an expert in it. But if we're talking about this, just kind of logically. First thing I would do is wash it, right? Clean it up really well, do a real deep cleaning, because I'm going to put the car away for several months. And then if I have the space, I definitely want to have a car capsule showcase, or at least even an original car capsule. I'd love to have it in a car capsule, and I would, obviously after it's clean, I'd put it in there. I'd actually probably crack the windows, and because the car capsule will cycle air through it. And usually in the winter, in most places, you don't have to worry so much about humidity. So, but I'd probably put a dehumidifier in there. That's what I think I would do. I would get those flat stoppers. It's those round thingies. Because I don't think you want to let your suspension sit at full droop for months on end. So I think I would fill the tires up to probably 40 psi, a little bit more than you would normally have, maybe 45 psi, and I'd put the flat stoppers in place, which are like a little half moon, little rounded thing you pull up onto. Obviously, I think another thing I would do, I don't know if this is smart or not, but I would try this. If I would be doing long-term storage in my car, get yourself an anti-gravity battery. Like this car has a lithium-ion battery, and I think those would do better. Then you don't even need to, I don't think you even need to battery tender it, because you don't have to maintain the battery at all. The battery will drain down, but it has a separate cell where you just push a button and it'll fire up later in the year. So you can skip your battery tender thing. So it costs you $1,000 to get a lithium-ion battery. You get all the benefits from that. And then think about your Milwaukee Impact. You can let the battery sit there for months. It doesn't matter. And just charge it up whenever you feel like it. That's about it. And then I'd want to make sure that I've done something for rodents. Even if you have the nicest place, you can end up with rodents climbing up into your stuff. And so that's where the car caps will come in. You'll at least, check on it once every couple of weeks. Make sure you're nothing chewed through it. I think that's important. I love this curb trick. I'm gonna buy a curb for my wash bay, just to keep my toesies from getting wet, Jeff. Like this, see? Isn't this genius? There's very little splashback. Although it did just get me there.
Got your shoes wet doing that, so.
I got a little aggressive. I didn't get my leg though. I'd forgotten about it. All right, let's rinse this thing off. What other questions we got? Anything?
Have you done any washes with your AR setup?
So they're asking, have I done any AR washes with the AR? I have not. At first test, I think we're gonna have to pull that thing off the shelf and redo it because it is loud as crap, like really freaking loud.
Did you take the shipping plug off of it?
I don't know. Huh?
It comes with a shipping plug. You need to remove it before using it. That's probably why it's freaking out right now.
We only turn it on for 1 second. Didn't Tommy already do that?
No, he probably put it back on, transporting it to your house.
Oh, jeez. I don't know. There's a red plug on it. So, I don't know. I mean, it looks okay on the shelf there. You definitely want an 8-inch shelf. We thought we would need a 12 or maybe a 10, but we definitely need an 8-inch shelf. It works best on the same shelf as the Krenzla. It overhangs off the front a bit, but it looks better that way. It has more output, and if you're going to custom install, you'll probably can very easily get a 20 amp dedicated 20 amp circuit, so that shouldn't be a problem. But Mike and I we took the cover off in order to shorten the power cord. It's exactly what I've been saying. It's just a little jank. It's nice, but it's not a Krenzla. It's not the same. It's got a little bit of, you'll see in the video when we install it. Like just taking the cover off, putting it back on. There's always a little bit of jank with an AR product. But it's good. It's good. I just say, you know, if you're gonna spend, you know, what's our custom install, like $3,100 or something like that? I mean, so the AR brings it down to what, 27, 28.50? You know, so to save yourself a couple $100, you're already in it for $3,000. Why not just get the best? But I know a lot of people will be building custom install piece by piece, so I get it. That's why we carry it, because it's a good pressure washer. But I'm telling you, this setup here, I'm picking this every time. Every single time. I don't give a crap if they, you know, what it costs. I would want a Krensla if I were you. But if you already have the AR, but the other thing is the AR is in stock, so if you order an AR right now, I think we still have them. But, you know, what's the big deal? You've waited your whole life. Just freaking order the Krensla, wait 2-3 months for it. You get it when we get it. I mean, you can get it as soon as we get it. I'd get the 1322. What else you got? Anything?
What is the response to reserve your spot? How's that going so far?
So he's asking about what's the response to reserving your spot, the idea of you paying for your spot, locking it down. I think we would have a really, really bad time, you know, going forward without it. And I think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that most of you, that's what you want. I mean, you want to press all bottle and you want to lock your spot down. Just let me pay for it, and then I know you're trying to get it. Like that people understand. I think most people that would reserve their spot on the Test Garage know that we're working our face off to get it. So I think it's working great, and I think that the feedback that I've gotten from people, and we're going to make it better and better and better of our you know, the information we're able to provide you. And we're going to be, like the other day, I talked to the Dyne Audio rep. I said, look, I need something. When are the musics coming? If I'm going to have people paying for these things, and so he gave me some feedback. You know, here's what we know. Here's what we know at this point. But it, you know, it's forcing us. Watch your foot. It's forcing us to really understand where things are, and then if we don't know, to get, hey, let's figure it out together with our vendors. And so, you know, the feedback I've gotten is most people say, look, man, this is, I like this. Just, this is great. You know, give me the option to do it. If I didn't want to reserve my spot, I don't have to, but it gives me the option to buy the things that I want and then hopefully get them in a reasonable time frame. Okay. Cool, we got a little sound cloud cover here for me to blow this thing off. Should I try to yell over the ego blowing process here? Should I do that?
They'll tell us in chat whether or not it's working.
Give me one more question. Get that up here.
Some soft 99 Japanese products.
Probably not. With me, I've learned this. It took me a while to learn this. If it's not my idea, I'm just not sold. It's not that I can't be, you know, convinced, because I've certainly had many people, and everybody here at OG's talk me into doing something. But with like a product, if I'm not like excited about it, it just doesn't work. So, you know, I think I had a thing of soft, whatever, Fuso coat or soft 99. But you know, wax is kind of toast. You know, I hate to say it. The coatings have gotten so good now, why would you want to wax anything? Even a classic car, I'd still coat it at this point. Especially now that, you know, coatings easily come off. I got a new set of ear protection. When you're doing these, when you're using these things outside in the Florida heat, and you get all sweaty, they kind of, the ear muffs degrade after a while. And rather than trying to buy some new ones and replace them, these are like $30, $40. new ones. It's designed for, you should try these in the store for sure. This is what you want for your ego blower. So that'd be cool. We can make a package. Ego blower, stubby. It'd be nice if we could sell the darn ego blower. That would be sick. And then I think they give you a battery in this box. The other cool thing about these is that if you did want to keep the ear protection on, you know, it's designed for gun range. You have the little battery where you can turn the thing on. Yep, there you go. Where you can still hear. But it attenuates the, god dang it. It's trying to do it organized. Let's put the little battery in here. This is the kind of radio you want to hear. What was the question?
We got another super chat from Taylor Schumacher who wants to know if Michelle is running the camera. Seen far too many butt shots in this Washington.
Oh shoot, nope, she's not.
Inspired, well, sorry, buddy. I have a good question worth touching on here. Let's see. Evan wants to know here if we are hiring remote people.
No. I have no interest in that at all. None. Not even an inkling of interest. I don't give a crap what the world says. The world is heading. If you're going to be, like, you've got to be here to be a part of this in order to be. Not saying you can't be functional remotely, but you've got to be immersed in this culture in order to be able to do what we're doing. Maybe someday we can have some remote people, but it's just not the same. All right, let's dry this thing off. Throw that in the dumpster. Yeah, so these are cool because now I can hear myself talk. So there's a little volume knob on the side where it still blocks out the whatever, what do we call it, the high frequency stuff or the loud stuff. I can still hear myself think. Yeah, coating's toast. Just gonna lean in, do that. So I always hit right here with the leaf blower. Makes it easier to dress the tires if I'm not going to move it. All right, I normally micromanage this a bit more, but
We have a comment from Chris Haynes in Lady Lake, Florida,
yeah.
saying Michelle called. She wants her shoes back.
These are a tester, Jeff. I'm trying it out. They're super comfy.
Got green, got purple, you got yellow.
That's the only color they had in stock. These are Pegasus Trail 3, I think.
There we go.
So I plan on running some trails. You go run some trails with me, Brad?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
I'll run some trails.
I thought you were a.
I'll ride with you.
Ooh, you got a mountain bike?
I got a gravel bike. Close enough.
Let's go.
Don't need a mountain bike now.
Let's do it. So we're doing OG drying aid, and we're the sun's getting us here.
More questions here.
Okay.
Here's one I want to ask.
Yep.
1322 or 1622 for a wall mount one. Not sure which one to get.
Yeah, never, ever, ever buy the 1622 unless you absolutely have to. You would buy the 1622 if you had a significant power issue, like there was no chance of you getting, a clean circuit. I would rather have a 1322 run with a different nozzle on it than a 1622. I mean, the only reason the 1622 TS exists is because I have exclusivity on the 1322. It's nice that the 1622 is available for those that can't get power, and it's also a great mobile solution, because then you don't need as stout of a generator. Because when you start to get into those 5,000-6,000 watt generators, now you're talking $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000. You're getting into the much higher priced, and big heavy machines that you can't put in the back of a quarter-ton vehicle. So the 1622 makes no sense to buy unless it's more money too. Costs more for the 1622, and so you would only get that if you had to. So 1322, absolutely. It has more flow. It's just designed differently. There's a different wobble plate in it, which is designed for flow. And even though the 1622 is rated at 1600, you get the same pressure on both. You get around 1,000 psi on both of them. So would you rather have 1.5 gallons a minute, or would you rather have 2 gallons a minute, 1.8, 1.9 gallons per minute? So definitely 1322.
Private audio sale open to everyone.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be live on YouTube. Is the they were asking, is the audio sale going to be open to everyone? Yes. We're calling it private because the pricing's private, but anybody can get the pricing. We just have to email it to you directly. So during the live event, you'll email and say, hey, I want the spreadsheet. You send the spreadsheet, and then we'll be live selling the products. So you'll see the pricing and then decide you want to buy it. You want to buy it, and we'll be taking PayPal payments or something like that, Stripe payments right then and there. So that's the plan. It's gonna be fun. For me, this argument to the vendors, the companies, the manufacturers, was, hey, this is a big promotion thing, and that I'm going to be QVC demonstrating all the products while we're there. We'll just have to not monetize that so I can play music and stuff with it. It'll be fun. We're going to do a sushi bonanza for everybody who wants to stay here and wants to do it with me. Not you, the audience, but the OG people that work here. Shoot. Gotta stop dribbling dirt on the darn freshly clean car. So yeah, audio private sales is gonna be a lot of fun, and it will lighten the dollar load of what I'm holding on to up in there. It's a lot of money just sitting up there. I hate drying in the sun. Look how good that looks, though. This car is not a look good on camera car. This is a look good in person car. I'm always telling you that. Don't get so excited about how a car looks on camera, because every car looks good. What else we got? Anything?
Yeah, we got a request from Lewis to let people know that when you change your order, you go to the back of the line.
Oh, yeah. Lewis has been hammering me on this. So, if you screw up, right, you order the wrong thing, or you're just lazy and don't want to do it right, or whatever it is, when you change your order, it generates a new order number in our system. So you change it, you go to the back of the line. So really double check your orders to make sure you're getting it in correctly, because if you change it, you'd be better off placing another order. Because if you change it, it's too hard to manage. We'd be spending hundreds of hours just trying to keep people in line. So don't change it. Just place a different order, if you're adding something to it. Because otherwise you're going to move. And we're talking, if you place something last night, you're talking 800, 900, 1,000 spots. You're moving down the list. It means you could have gotten it shipped, later this afternoon versus Tuesday or Wednesday next week. So try to avoid that if you can. We're not doing this intentionally to be difficult. It's just we want to make sure we're managing how orders are coming in and getting fulfilled.
A friend, Michael Alva, on Facebook, he wants to know, do you coat the Tesla seats with anything since they're vinyl? They need to be moisturized like leather.
Michael Alba, coat the seats in the Tesla, or do we need to moisturize like we would leather? No, it's fake leather. It's vinyl, so it really doesn't dry out. It's not a natural material. My friends at Color Lock, they have a very specific product for vinyl that I've been using, and so there's a vinyl protector, but it's not a full-on coating. I don't like fabric coatings. They just don't think it's a good idea. And so there's no reason to coat it. I haven't had any staining or anything on mine.
Trust me,
All right. So yeah, that's how I do the color lock. We have it in the store. Color lock vinyl system. It's the way to go.
Have you tried the Milwaukee blower instead of the Ego?
Have I tried the Milwaukee blower instead of the Ego? Yes, it's terrible. You don't want it. Yeah, I know you got to get different batteries and all that, but it's not good. Not even, it's like absolutely no contest. So I know what you're attempting to do there, and I'd like it too, because then I could sell it. But no, not even remotely in the same ballpark, so don't do it.
When Matt was talking about the Viper chair, he said don't buy the tool tray because it will make your legs or car or something.
Yep.
You need a sidekick.
Is that what they call it? Yeah, he's right, you're right. So the question was about the tool tray for the Viper chair versus the sidekick, which is the thing that bolts to the bottom of the seat, or the bottom of the pad. So you want the tool tray. So that's the way you want it right there. You want the tool tray, but you don't want the sidekick. That's the one I keep smashing my frickin' shins off of. I even had, the other day, I had it in the air ready to fire across the room. And I thought better of it. Because I was like, oh my mother. I almost said the F word too. And I had it. And whatever that chair weighs, 50 pounds, I had it ready to launch. Like a mom lifting a car because their kid's trapped under it. That's what I felt like at that moment. And I knew the sidekick was not for me. And that was the second time I'd done it that day. Walked right into it. And so it was only a matter of time before it did get fired across the room, because it smacked my M3's fender, which you just don't want to have happen, because it would deep gouge. No. Nope, no guards. Just death. 750 milliliter Press-All bottle is the bottle that I'm using. Did we sell all those out? Are they all gone? Why? How the heck do we have any of those left? I guess because we ordered a lot of them. So we actually do have some of these in stock right now. Because I brought 1,000 over last week we brought them in air freight. So if you want one, get it right now. Like literally, like right this second. Because they will be gone by the end of today, I'm sure. This is, the question was, what am I, I mean, like right now, what am I spraying? Well, I'm using OG drying aid. So this is called, what is it? B&B Slipstream, that's what this is, which we've rebranded and rebottled and took the dye and the scent out of it. Because sometimes, dyes and scents aren't always bad. I mean, it's fine in GSF, but for some products, it makes it like unstable. And this stuff, a drying aid, stuff with like silicon dioxide, just doesn't do well with the scent, and especially the color. It ruins your bottles. It gets in cracks and crevices of the car that you don't want it. And so we removed that, and we really have something great here. So it's I think, the drying aid of choice currently on the market. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it.
For an entry level, you recommend the active Karcher?
Entry level pressure washers. The question is, should we do active or Karcher? Definitely active. Yeah, if you can swing the extra $100, the active is the way to go. They've been, if not equal, better supportive. We had the little issue for a little while where several of the machines were cavitating because we were adding a 50-foot hose to them. Or not cavitating, but cycling on and off, because it was designed to had the back pressure of a 25-foot hose stock, and we were putting a 50-foot hose. So that's why they would short cycle like that. And they've figured it out, and they're responding to it and fixing it, and they've been awesome. So I would do active, even though, you know, if you're a warranty guy, which I don't know why you are, if you are a warranty guy, start figuring out a way to not be a warranty guy. And the warranty is 3 years on a Karcher, where it's only 2 years on an active. But these are like a 1-year machine. You use it and throw it away. Get another one, get something else. Shouldn't be your long-term goal to have that. This car's good. It's real good.
Best way to remove a CSL exo coating?
Question is, what's the best way to remove a CSL exo coating? It's a polish. Perfect Finish will take it right off. So Rupa's yellow pad, Perfect Finish. There isn't a chemical that's going to take it off. You're going to have to abrade the surface. You're going to have to polish it. But it'll come off really quickly with a few passes. So getting it off the wheels, forget it. I mean, can't really do it. You're going to just have to try to reapply. So on these wheels, I'm just going to try to reapply and hope it doesn't reject it. I mean, I guess you could hand polish. The only reason I'm doing this here on this car is my door jambs are so clean that I'm not picking up a bunch of dirt here like I would on other cars. So I'm okay. I feel comfortable cleaning the jambs here while still drying the car. Although now I'm second guessing that, so I'm gonna go get a different towel. So you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do the jams in the drying process. You should do the jams after you're done. I'm gonna get another towel, but you can normally do the whole car with one towel. I like that, Dad. Another Milwaukee. All right, let's see here.
Buy one item in the store on Black Friday.
Question is, if I could buy one item in the store on Black Friday, what would it be? What's my budget? What do I have? Like, what do I already have in my cabinet? So let's assume we got nothing. Yeah, that's a good question. I think Brad's making up these questions right now. That's what I think is happening. If I could buy one item in the OG store. See, this is the problem. You know, he's the product guy. He's the the website because he's trying to get me to sell stuff. And I don't know. Yeah, no agenda. I mean, a K1322 would be high up there. So would a mid-torque Milwaukee Impact.
We've actually sold like 7 of them already just today.
Yeah, that mid-torque Milwaukee Impact is insane. It's so good. The Cox hose reel with with the Prevost and the Swivlin coupler is up there for me. One of the favorite things I've ever been a part of, bringing to market, if you will. Yeah, I think it has to be a 1322. A 1322 with an OG spec gun and wand would be the thing to get. I mean, that's the signature OG move right there. If you want to be awesome, that's what you got. That's what you do. So that's the way I would go. Oh yeah, slick. Still not a hint of contamination. It's magical. You can go ahead in. Go in. These towels are good though too. Everything's good, Brad. All of it's good.
Here's a good one that I didn't make up.
Okay.
Your top 2 positive and negative lessons learned from the Atlanta garage install.
Top 2 positive lessons, top 2 negative. I think that's actually pretty easy for me. So this is from the garage install in Atlanta that we did, and this isn't a question that Brad made up. So positives were just the biggest positive was seeing it all that work, not just me, but the whole thing, the whole organization, all the work we've been doing over the years, seeing it all come together in one spot, all at once. And then seeing, how far we've come, but then also being extremely motivating to see how many other things we can improve upon, how many other things we can continue to add, how many things that we can create a contribution. The other thing that was extremely positive was just it was like the wash bay, seeing that wash bay come together with and then seeing Kyle's design, like all of that work that he put in, dozens and dozens of hours of kind of factoring and figuring to see where we're headed. I guess that's kind of the same thing. So the main positive was that. The biggest negative of that garage was the lights. We didn't have our lighting solution ready, and so the homeowner has a like a lighting company, but these lighting companies they're good at control, but they don't really have great lights. They did Lutron Ketra and then some generic light fixture that was just good. They were the wrong color temperature, so that we really motivated Kyle and I to get moving. We really need to get the Cree stuff available and up and running. The other big negative, the biggest learning lesson for me, is I darn near killed everybody when we were there. It was a huge task. We're not set up to do manual labor, and I don't know how to shut it down, and darn near killed us all. So we would need a bigger crew, I think, to do that scale of a garage. Because it was rough. It was a rough thing to do. Bryce still can't sit straight after that. Yeah, permanent psychological damage to Kyle and Bryce. Yeah. I darn near killed them. Yeah. So we won't be doing that again. Not like that anyway. But the result. Best part of the M3 wash is right here in a second when we get to pop the hood.
Someone wants you to talk about how you met Mike.
The question is, how did I meet Mike? Mike F. Mike Figuera. Today's his birthday, by the way. He turned 60 today.
I thought you were.
No, I met Mike. My recollection of it is that he had sent me a picture on Facebook of him and his kids all in the Be Obsessed or Be Average shirt, that limited edition shirt that we made. And the reason why that shirt was limited edition is because somebody sent, we had, this was really early on, and we were looking for, some place or some way. So actually where I got the idea was my friend Bobby Siney sent me an email and said, hey, you need to make a shirt, because I was always saying be obsessed or be average. You need to make a shirt that says that. I said, yeah, that's a good idea. And so Josh, who was doing the fulfillment of the shirts at the time, Josh was looking for someone to kind of help design a shirt for us. And so, I think we paid for it, or we were willing to pay for it, but I was looking for design. And so we got the design back. I was like, oh, that's cool, And so we had this purple or this, blue American Apparel hoodie, and we did Be Obsessed, Be Average thing, and it was right across here, and like hex, kind of like the Dialed In logo, and we sold a bunch of them. And then people started saying, hey, that's the Grant Cardone logo. And I was like, who the heck is that? What the heck is, I don't understand, what is that? And so then I Google searched it, and whoever sent us the logo, sent us the lettering, they just copy and pasted his logo, and we had it on my shirt, and I'm selling the darn thing.
That's why you don't get designs from Fiverr.
Right. Right, so we got some design online, and here, we didn't know, Josh and I didn't know, and I'm like, we just stole someone else's design. Had no idea. And so so anyway, Mike, that has nothing to do with this story. It has a little side story there for you. But I recall Mike sending me a picture of him and Trevor and Taylor all with the Be Obsessed, Be Average shirt on. And then, of course, he came out for the Moderators Weekend, the very first one, which was cool. And then we've hit it off ever since, doing projects. And I talk him into coming out to do things. And I didn't have to do much talking. All I had to do was say, hey, I'm doing this. He's like, I'm there. And so we've talked about this someday, being able to get him to come here and help me take us to the next level. And we made it happen. So we packed up all his crap, drove across the country a bunch of times, and now he's here. And he's here today, stocking shelves, which is a complete waste, but that's what we need to do today. I need to be doing this live stream to convince you to go buy stuff, and and the guys next door need to be answering your questions, and the guys in here need to be packing and shipping stuff. So that's what we're doing. All right, let's do the tires, and then we'll take a little break. Yeah, I was just getting the towel. Yeah. I don't think I can fit there.
What makes GSF superior to Hyperwash?
Hyperwash leaves a lot of residue, I think. So we're talking about what the question was, what makes GSF superior to Hyperwash? Hyperwash is a lot cheaper. It's made in the U.S. That's a Meguiar's product. It's made in the U.S. It's diluted. It's a much higher concentration, so you don't have to use a whole heck of a lot of product. It's nice, but I didn't prefer that to Adams. I still liked Adams better after using it for months. If you're price conscious, then GSF is not the way to go. So I think I like GSF. It's slicker. It leaves less residue. It foams a little bit better. And so those three things put together just make the user experience better for me. And so it makes it worth the cost. So we're putting Obsessed Garage tire dressing on here. These tires are well conditioned and well prepped and have been maintained. And so they take the tire dressing really well. And I'm actually going to go pull the M3 into the yarn building and let it sit. I'm going to drive the E46 for a few days. So I'm going to let the dressing sit like this instead of wiping off the excess. If I was going to drive it, I would wipe off the excess. The only thing I do with wheels is I like to get this spot here that tends to get lots of water. And then after each wheel, I'm always taking the brush and just kind of wiping off the excess. It gets kind of, those tire dressings, I don't know why, they just get kind of built up and don't work as well if you don't wipe it on the towel. But look how good that takes now that these tires have been cycled through a bunch of cleanings. Not deep cleanings, So we did the initial deep clean with the product, and then we just do that light cleaning with the brake buster each time we wash it, and then you get that nice looking finish. And then again, if I was going to go drive somewhere, I would leave this on until I put all my stuff away, and then I'd wipe off the excess. But because I'm going to pull it and let it sit in the arm building, I'll just let it sit there. And then before I drive it, I will do a quick wipe. And it is a little shinier if you leave it on like this thick, but you can kind of wipe that shine off after. If you want shine, just keep layering it on there. But friends don't let friends have shiny stuff. What's going on here? You have shiny paint, but not shiny tires or trim. Yes, we did beat the sun, didn't we? We did okay. And then some tires, and just in general, do better with dressing than others. You made a product placement there, Jeff, for you? I'm going to hold it like...
Okay, yeah.
With my like lower lip poked.
Yeah. That's what we need.
We never do that. Can't remember, Jeff, we're live. Gotta lie to everybody. Can't be real. Can't let people know who we actually are. I think I got in trouble with Dirty Max Jack the other night. He texted me. He said, "Hey, I'm thinking about that Prevost piping that you can post on Instagram." I said, "Yeah, it's the best in the world." He says, "What would I need to do with my Flexzilla reels?" So, I'm sorry, Jack. I just texted back. I said, "No, just to throw those away immediately." I bet you probably had some sponsorship or something, or got them for free. I said, if you got them for free, send them back. Give them back. Give them the money back. And I never saw any follow-up, so I must have hacked them off. I said, "You're talking about putting the best air delivery system in the world with the worst hunk of crap multi-level marketing garbage." Or not multi-level marketing, but highly marketed garbage. Just no, don't do that to yourself. All right, we're done. Interior, yeah, I'm not cleaning it. I don't want to clean it. We need to get a vacuum. I need Texas Comedy Festival vacuums. I need to try those. I need to start buying them. So, what do I do now?
Well, you're on to get a new, so take 30 and...
I can go to the bathroom off camera. I can turn the microphone off.
We could just follow you around the whole day.
Yeah. So at noon, we're going to do Live from the Warehouse.
What's going on in there.
And then at 2, we're doing, or at 1,
Me and
Chris and Brad are going to talk about some numbers and what we're doing here on this weekend. And then at 2, we'll do our normal, live stream podcast.
Yeah, so if you want to break, just let Mike know over the mic and you can...
Yeah, I just told them.
Okay, so break time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Break time, Mike.
Bye, people.
Signing off. People, come on in, back to live. I want to give you an update. The warehouse people are really excited. I'm postponing their lunch so I can show you what we're doing here. UPS has already come once, took out the boxes. We're currently sitting at about, let's see, we had 360, so we're about 900 orders deep. And so we have the whole crew kind of rolling. We've got this area all cleaned out. Normally we'll have some pallets here in the receiving area, but this is all cleaned out and ready to go and ready to ship. So let's just kind of take you through kind of how an order would normally come in. So we would normally get, the order would come in through Shopify Plus, which is where our site is built. That's the platform that it's hosted and built on. And then order would come in, and then this whole place is run by an app. It's bolted on to Shopify called SKU Labs. And so SKU Labs is what dictates all of our inventory and how the flow of things go. So what happens is Robert or Ted will print out something like a couple hundred orders at a time. So we'll print out 100, 150, 200 orders, 250 orders, I think is what Ted printed this morning. Our output goal in our current little tiny facility here, we're hoping to get about 500 orders out a day. And so you can see we're already 800 orders deep, plus some orders on Wednesday and Thursday because the crew, the whole OG staff took off on Wednesday and Thursday. So we did get some orders that come in then that we're kind of catching up and getting those done here today. So those go out. Then, so we print the orders, pull all the Hex Plus stuff up to the top. So they get the top of the list. We ship those first. So we ship out all the Hex Plus stuff. So once the orders are printed, they come over here. And then we have a stack. You know, our future plan is to transition to use exclusively iPhones and iPads. Right now we're using, so like Trevor has a iPhone 10. So Ted, Trevor, you know, all the guys have iPhone 10s that they're carrying around to scan. Trevor's pulling the order, picking the stuff. Eventually we're going to transition to doing some, you know, we'll have bins and conveyors and all of that stuff. Right now our system is about as efficient as possible for the tight area that we're in. And so we'll be making some technology improvements as time goes on. So as he does each item, it'll either have a barcode on it or he'll scan it, you know, from the label that's on the shelf. So Ted, Trevor, Andrew, and then Mike's over here picking as well, screwing up orders. And by the way, anytime, it happens to me too. When I come in here, they all make fun of me too. So anybody who's not normally in here, we come in and screw things up, and then they like to make fun of us and remind us that they're pretty good at what they do, really good at what they do. So Andrew's picking another order here. He's scanning each item as he picks it, and then he'll double check. So we won't be able to release this until we get a green check, right?
Yeah, until everything's verified down the order.
And then they'll go and stage it here, and then the packers will grab it. So, you know, we print these orders out, and this order follows the product throughout the warehouse. Then it comes over to here, and we kind of stage orders and keep it together, and then the packers will verify and double check. They know the product well too. So one of the difficulties we have at this point is that all of these guys know every detail. They know every part, every piece, what it is. Eventually, as we grow, we'll get to the point to where we won't be as rigorous of a training. You know, it takes weeks and weeks for us to train somebody to get them ready to pick properly and to not screw up orders. And so we're working toward, Ted's been building out a system through SKU Labs. Again, we just transitioned to doing the scanning on the iPhone. So as we evolve, as we improve, we'll have each one of these products will become more of a barcoded thing than it is an actual thing that they really comprehend and understand. So we're making strides so that to get that improved every day, because now we have about 2,000 individual SKUs. So then Alyssa and Braylon and Justin came down to help us out. My mom runs this team where they're picking or grabbing the stuff that's been picked and then packaging it. And they know, like, our system doesn't tell us what box to use yet. And so these guys in their brains, in their head, they know exactly what box they'll need in order to fit, some weird combination of this random heavy stuff that you guys tend to buy. And then you can see, like, Braylon's packing It looks like a bunch of decon and soaps and all kinds of random things that she's bubble wrapping everything individually. Everything's taped, so we're hoping to get it to you intact in one piece. Unlike, you get a bag, you get like a gallon of something in an empty bag from Amazon. It's been banging around in that bag. It usually gets to you in 10 pieces rather than in one piece. So then after that's done, so Justin just finished an order. The label or the packing list is attached to the order. He brings it over to Robert. Robert then scans it, so it pulls it up in SKU Labs here. Where's this order going? This order is going to Montana. So Jim in Montana is getting his order picked. It showed that it's 25 pounds. That's what our system has calibrated or calculated based on all the items that went into the box. And then Robert's going to verify that, how much weight it is. And that's what UPS will charge us, if you will. And so this weekend it's 10% off, it's free shipping. So each one of these, like this order, it'll tell us how much it costs to ship. We'll find out here in a second. But it'll likely be $30 to ship this package. Let's find out. And that's our, we're shipping $50,000, $60,000 in UPS fees a month. So we're getting great rates that we're passing on to you, but it still costs a lot of money to ship stuff.
Got a request, Matt.
What?
They want you to pack an order.
Okay, I'll
Can we
try.
get a one item?
So that was $30.50. Huh?
Plus the second.
Terrible, right?
Oh,
So,
shoot.
Well, we'll know when the one guy gets like the wrong thing.
So it was another $17 for that too?
There.
Yeah. You just blame
Oh
Matt.
man. So that was $38 to do?
48.
$48? Where's that going?
Montana.
Oh my gosh.
All the way across the nation.
So you can see why I don't do free shipping. That's $48 to ship that crap. Dang it, Robbie, you gotta find me some better deals on that. What the heck? Don't tell me this stuff. And we're splitting up packages. So the concept here, reserve your spot, we don't have half the stuff that's coming in, it's being shipped in. We don't have all the stuff that we need, as we would even normally have. And so even like with all this Rupes here on the shelf, we're going to sell 10 times this. The nice thing is that Rupes will keep it coming, and most of the things they've built up stock. But some of these companies, like especially cabinets, some of the other things you're doing, we've had to transition our entire company to be able to do and set it up where your spot is reserved. And so, like for instance, this piping package here that we're putting together, it's missing one piece. So three pieces. So 3 pieces we don't have. So what we've always done in the past, it's really just out of necessity. We didn't have the system or the team to be able to do this. So that piping package is missing 3 pieces that someone paid for. So we're going to ship out what we have. So they'll have what we've got, and then we're fighting Prevost to get things here as quickly as possible. And so that person just locked their spot down. They're in line. Those 3 pieces that they need to get, as soon as we get them, we'll ship those out as well. That, unfortunately, I think is the world we're going to live, and we've had to change our processes in order to be able to do that and get everybody on board, because our system before was built to ship in-stock things, and when something wasn't in stock, it created all kinds of complications. You just saw that order was $48 to ship. That shipping expense is insane, and we're trying to do this as efficiently as possible. So Alyssa's got something. What do you got? Some vinyl or something?
No, I needed it to fill space in a box.
Okay. So this is what they're so darn good at. They don't just jam stuff in a box. Trevor's building the bucket package here. So we're actually assembling buckets and doing vinyl. We're actually doing that up in our building up north. But sometimes when there's a one-off order with someone to order a single bucket, we'll put it together here. And these guys have gotten really good at doing it. You don't want to do it yourself. You want them to do it for you because they're using slime, and they've gotten really great at making sure it's lined up and perfect. How's it going there, Mike?
Well, I just did Ryan Schwab's order.
Okay.
Whole lot of items. Hopefully I got everything right.
Yeah. Don't give out his address there.
I'm not giving out addresses. His social, I blocked that out too there.
Okay. Good. So Ryan, if your order's screwed up, Mike packed that for you. I'm not picking an order. This is a terrible idea. You want me to pack one? My mom doesn't want me packing one.
Careful.
I can get good.
Small one and bring it over.
All right. All right. Yeah, I can pack this one right here. There we go. Man. Okay, so they ordered an Ego stubby and a 6.5 foot inlet hose. This is Michael in Newtown, Connecticut. So I'm packing his package. So he ordered us an Ego stubby, which will be in whenever. He ordered a Krensla 1622, and then this is all we got of all this stuff. So the pressure washer will ship. As soon as those come in, that'll drop ship. But we want to get out the things that we have. He has a bunch of fittings in here as well. So let me pack this one. So what box do I need?
1064 under the very end over there.
Okay. Where's the 1064? Right here? Nope. The very end? This one? Dang it, Ted. A 10-inch by 6-inch by 4-inch. All right, I'm gonna slow down production here. Let me go fast. So you always do this, because it's easier, even on a little box. Why do we do that? What size tape do I need? 18?
No, 15.
15?
How much do you love this machine?
What do you do with all this glue that gets all of your fingers all the time?
You know, we just live with it. And then we go wash our hands every couple of hours.
But you get used to it?
Yeah, it's very
Jeff goes
annoying.
like this.
Of course, I'm
Jeff
nice.
goes like
I don't like glue.
You're holding down my production. Now what do I need? I need some paper in this thing? What do you think? This in here nicely? I don't like that. So that's a jumper hose. Okay.
Paper. Presentation.
Where is it? Where is it?
Little bit.
We don't like the waste here. Is that good?
Yep.
Okay. Do that. Get my box square. You put another piece of tape like this.
Yep.
I can do this. 15. You know how fast I would get at this if I tried?
You could have lined the lines up right in the same way.
That's okay.
Sides.
Oh,
Sides jump. Jump.
and then you fold this.
Jump.
OG at all.
Get out. Get out.
Sorry, Michael. Sorry, Michael in Connecticut, Newtown, Connecticut. Is it Newton or Newtown? I think it's Newtown. That good?
Yeah, tape on tape.
Oh,
You did
shoot.
great.
Okay. That was an accident. I did the tape on there.
Yeah, look, the line. Look how bad that looks, man. You should open it up and redo it.
No.
I hope I get some Facebook all over the world.
So,
This one, man, free shipping.
what?
6 boxes and we're still,
Oh my gosh.
and we still are missing parts.
I don't even want to think about this.
Yeah, don't tell him that.
6, Matt, and you want 250 out like that today, or 500 of these today.
Yeah, there's been a
Yeah.
Go by box,
Keep
not
it going.
by
Keep it going.
pack.
So they want to break for lunch, which they need to break for lunch because everybody's hungry and they're running around like crazy people. But I did want to show you how this goes. And so we're going to do all of your orders out of this little building and do it super efficiently with a lot of humans. They don't run into each other very much either. They've gotten used to how each other moves. Got anything else to say, Braylon? Any other words of wisdom?
No, I'm proud of you. You did great.
Yeah, this is what they want. They want us out of here. They don't want us in here. They don't want us in it. So again, I come in here. I'm like, what do I do? Where do I go? What do I say? So Chris is going to come in and he'll be in and out of here. He's grabbing boxes. Same thing with Mike. So Mike and Chris kind of helped here, like I said earlier, and like Jeff and Lewis are helping with Tommy's team, and Bryce and I are going to help with Kyle as he starts to get more and more orders, more and more design, inquiries and stuff like that. So hit us up, support@obsessedgarage.com if you have questions. Just know that it takes us more time to get back to you today as people have lots of questions. They want to change their orders. Lewis wants me to remind everybody, if you change your order, then it gets bumped. It gets a new order number that gets bumped in line. So if you ordered it 3 days ago and you change it, then it goes to the bottom of the list, which can be, slow you down a bit. So we're hoping, like I said, the goal will be to do, 500 or 600 orders a day, and we're going to work through the weekend. They'll probably hang out a little later than normal, but there's only so much energy they can expend before they burn out, and so we have to manage these guys, we'll get them some snacks and things like that if we can. Start bribing them with, I don't know, something. Future potential, Alyssa. Just think about all the future potential we could do together. That's try to figure something out to keep them happy. So that's the goal, because we can't do it. They're the only ones that can do this. It's what I argue all the time. Like, the guys at technical support, they're the only ones in the world that have that information. These three are the only packers that can pack like they do. I'm telling you, the pickers are the only ones that can pick these sophisticated products. They have to know every pressure washer system, every detailing product. They have to know it all in order to pick it properly and get it out to you. So we have another stream coming, I think, in 30 minutes or so, where Brad and Chris are going to share with you some order numbers and visitors and all that stuff for those of you who are interested in the business side of things. And then we'll have our normal live stream at 2 p.m. So, Mike, cut. See you at 2.
Reading the comments here from our good friends in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, Sean called it a waste of time. You're right, Sean. That's exactly right. We should be doing a lot more important things than entertaining you, but here we are.
What happened to our lives, Chris? How did we end up here?
Somewhere along the way, we took a wrong turn. And now here we sit next to each other. All right, let's see here. Matt lost some weight and grew hair in the last half hour. Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Thank you.
I think that's a compliment from Matt Duffy.
I'll take what I can get.
All right. So let's see here. Chris is doing the next one, correct? Improved garage. Good. All right. So what time is this? 1:02 Eastern time. So I came prepared here. So Brad came to me and said we need to talk some numbers today. So I looked up some numbers to share with you all. And by the way, if you do have questions that you'd like to...
We're not sharing dollars, by the way.
Okay, good. If you want some questions, if you have some questions that you'd like the answers to, just chime in the chat. We'll be happy to either answer them or avoid them. One of those two options. Right. Now, one thing I did, because Brad tells me we're not going to talk specific numbers, I think Matt kind of goes into that inside the hex sometimes, so if you really care that much, you can go that way. But we have a couple large orders that came in today that are garage design orders. And so when I was playing with my numbers here, I took those out. I have two separate numbers, one to include those, one without. I don't know if we're going to talk average order value or not, because that's kind of cool. But then if we're going to talk average order values, we may as well give out the numbers anyway. For those people out there who can do math, which is I think is most of our audience, except for Sean. So let's see. What I did, I pulled up Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because this year, in case you didn't notice, I think we kicked off. What time did it actually start?
Well, we flipped it live at 2 o'clock, which
okay.
was a lot earlier than most. So we did some different stuff with our checkout, like scripts and things like that. So it's all automated, which it wasn't last year. And so we just had to test it for a good amount of time. So we didn't actually announce it being live until, 11 o'clock. Okay. But we had a lot of people that were just testing it out and went in the Facebook group. It was live for, minutes. And people were already posting about it. So
gotcha.
Big day yesterday.
So 2 p.m. technically it started. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because last year, I was looking at last year, I think we started
it's like 8 or 9.
Yeah, it was much closer to midnight. So yesterday's numbers were way bigger this year than last year, just because of that. But there were a total of 393 people who placed an order yesterday, which is pretty insane. Let's see. So far today, 686 people have placed an order. Which, let's see, let me bring up my little number sheet here. So last year on Thursday, we had 69 orders placed. This year, 393. That's kind of a big jump. Friday, all of last year, all of Friday, was 1,263 orders. As of just a few minutes ago, we had, 686 total orders. So we're kind of on pace to beat that, I think. At least close to it. Average order value is a big thing because, Matt and Janet was giving him a little grief. Because he talked about, how many orders are we shipping out, how many boxes are we shipping out. We've had days where we've shipped out 400 plus orders before, but those were much smaller orders. It was like after a giveaway when we had hats come in or T-shirts. And so you can put those out pretty quickly. And today, however, let's see, I think Robert said at lunch we had 203 packages sent out the door in those 4-ish hours, which is pretty awesome. Order number, I don't know. We were just looking at package size. But when your average order value is as large as ours is during this sale, it makes it pretty tough to get out more orders because each order is bigger. It's 3, 4.
We can probably say what that AOV is too. We were going to talk about that. So our normal AOV, average order value, sits 390, is somewhere around there, sometimes less, sometimes more. So obviously in a sale like this, when you get 10% off, all of the same products, they are worth 10% less, all things equal, but it's a great time to order very large things, which we see. So last year, up until noon, I pulled some numbers at noon. Up until noon, last year, we saw an average order value at $560. So our baseline is $390. Last year, our AOV was about $560 at this time, and now we're at about $615 so far this year. And again, that's pulled up until noon. So that number's going to change up and down. But what we've done is we have so much more high dollar stuff in the store, audio, things like that. And in reality, inflation's hit us too. So some of the prices, if nothing else changed, I'm sure our AOV would be up just a little bit because we see, what do we see, 11% on Swiss tracks, like 14, 15% on some of our different lifts and tools and toolboxes and stuff. So all else equal, we would have been up anyway, I think. But it is that I think the whole audio offering is a big one. You know, Core 59s, things like that. That's a $6,000 order by itself. You know.
Yeah, and the cabinet orders that come in over Black Friday, people take advantage of that as well. 10% off cabinets, and those add up. Those are some pretty large orders as well. And then also, we don't ship those orders. So if you ordered $20,000 worth of Sonic, that's great, and that kicks our AOV up, and then that's one less thing we have to actually box and ship here so we can get to the next order. Let's see, Ginkgo up in the chat says, can't order from my address in Canada, sad face. It says shipping isn't available, and then Jeff, thanks Jeff, he said email support, so he had support at Obsessed Garage if you're having trouble with any sort of shipping, or maybe the code is not applying, although it should automatically. That's the deal this year, right?
Yeah, and we do have some products that can't go internationally. So, and the only way we can really block it is to, once you get to checkout, we don't give you payment methods. So there's a few things. I don't know what you were trying to order, but some things like OSFO, for example, that just can't go across the border at all. It's too poisonous.
Gotcha. Let's see here. I had a question from, there it is, RT. Does Reserve Your Spot still give you 10% off and free shipping? Yes, it does, RT. So if you order something today, let's say you order a Krinzla, for instance, you get 10% off, free shipping, and as soon as it comes in, we'll give it to you. And chances are, Matt has discussed this a couple times, by the time your Krinzla actually gets here, the price for us and retail will have gone up, but you'll still get the price that you paid today, whatever that price is.
What's the biggest benefit? Is, I mean, we have prices go up daily. You know, one of our suppliers almost every day has a price going up, and so we're allowing you to lock in your spot. So we're going to eat that difference, which is probably the main benefit.
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet deal. And if RT, I think this is kind of the way, Matt's alluded to this a couple times as well, that things are going to go on certain products, not necessarily just from us, but all over. And if you shop around, you'll find that out, especially for maybe appliances or cars or big ticket items like that. Tesla Phi BC, when are you going to set up an e-commerce site for your friends north of the border? Exchange rate / shipping / duties are astronomical for us. We don't have any friends north of the border, Tesla Phi, shame on you. But if we did, we're working on that. That's something that Matt said originally, I think the plan was first quarter next year. That's been pushed back a bit because of lots of factors in the world. But we are working on that.
Well, we were waiting for the borders to open up too, right? I think that happened a few weeks ago. From our side.
Yeah. So there's all sorts of issues there, Testify, but we're working on it. And you're correct. Shipping duties, that is astronomical. It hits us every time we order from Canada, too. But that's why we never order from Canada, because we have all the good stuff here. Martin says, hi from Sweden. Okay, that's why I can't order OSFO. So yeah, if you're in Sweden or anywhere international, OSFO, it's not going to fly. Literally not going to fly.
Literally.
Yes. Let's see. Guy B32 says, do you have the capability to process orders for random people that visit the shop and pick goods from the shelves? Who can help those people with that? So yes, we have that capability, Guy. If you're close by, or if you're visiting family in Florida, want to stop by, definitely come on in. We have somebody who can help you. As you walk around, we might say, you know what? That's on the shelf, but you can't have it because it's already reserved from someone else. So that's the one downside. If you do come here at this time of year, is you might see something and can't have it because it's already been reserved by someone else. But definitely feel free to come on by. We'll be here 8 a.m. Oh, we got sound on somewhere. 8 a.m. to 4:30 today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. So yeah, come on by. Andrew Tinney. Hey, there's Tinney. I know Tinney. He was here the other day. Finally ordered my Swiss Tracks, lighting, and Sonic MSS lockers. Thanks to Kyle and crew for the assistance. Nice. Very nice. Let's see. Kevin says, I'm debating upgrading my cartridge setup fully and canceling my Krinzla order. Must not give up. RYS. Reserve Your Spot helps a ton. Thanks, guys. Yeah, that's if you're holding out, keep holding out, Kevin, if you've already got your spot locked in. Let's see. Robert Hill says, here's a good question for you, Brad. If I reserve your spot item is in the order, does it delay the whole order? Sorry if I already answered, just tuned in.
So Black Friday this year. So two parts of that question. One, we are split shipping everything now, with the exception of during Black Friday weekend, we're doing free shipping on everything over $100. So that's just too much shipping cost for us to eat. So on Black Friday, all the orders that we receive, we're split shipping once. So let's say you have 8 items in there that are here and 2 that are reserve your spot. 8 of those are going to ship right now. The other 2, you're going to wait until those come in. So however long that takes, we're going to wait till everything comes in for that second order. So it could be a few days, could be a few weeks. But we're going to keep you updated with the reserve your spot email that we send out. So should still do it.
All right, let's see. We had a question here. Someone wanted to know, what are the top sellers today so far? It's a good question.
I have that. I do have that. So by units, this is probably no surprise. Our units are Swiss Tracks. Mm-hmm. So when you order Swiss Tracks, for those of you that haven't yet, you order them by the box. And it's 6 squares per box. And so each order is usually a couple dozen units. So that goes without saying. The next is our Press-All household bottles. So we've sold 300 of the various sizes today. So blue, 500, 700, or 500, 750. And then the various towels. So we got coating towels is 3rd place, but all of our towels by units, we sell tons and tons of those. So by dollars, it's also Swiss Tracks. We sold, I don't know what the dollar value was, but I would say probably 10% of what we sold just today is Swiss Tracks. So again, it's a popular time. It's 10% off. So when you're going to buy $3,000 worth of flooring, it makes a big difference. And for Hex members, it's 15% off. And then the K1322 has been a big one. So custom installs and the unit by itself. So we actually have, I want to say, another 40 of them on the next container we have coming in. We have 40 units that are still not accounted for. And that container, I want to say, comes in late December, early January. Mm-hmm. And that one still has units unaccounted for, or unpurchased. So now would be a good time to get that, because the wait really, it won't be that long for that unit at least.
Let's see. Oh, here's a question I think you'll appreciate from Muhammad in the chat. Hey there, Brad. Pizza Hut breadsticks or Olive Garden breadsticks? Me and the missus are having an argument.
Yeah, that's a good one. Here's the thing about Olive Garden. You're going to want to do Olive Garden because it's classy, much classier. She's going to be very impressed that you took her out to Olive Garden instead of Pizza Hut. She's going to love that. And so what they also have at Olive Garden is the oil. They'll bring it out to you. You know what I mean?
Well,
she's going to love that.
Okay. So there you go, Mohammed. It settles that. I don't know which one you voted for.
Don't go to Olive Garden.
Now, Mohammed, where would you go if you just wanted breadsticks, let's say?
Oh, that's a good one. You think Olive Garden?
Then you would go to Olive Garden. You get to all you could eat. What is it? Soup and salad and breadsticks, and get out for.
I went with Jeff and Lewis to Longhorn right over here in the Villages. Mm-hmm. They actually have some really good. It's good.
They have good breadsticks. Who knew? All right, let's see. Improved Garage says, how long do you expect until you get caught up on orders and back to normal? That's a good question, Improved Garage. Last year it was right about Friday of the following week. So I think that's probably a good estimate.
We're aiming for Wednesday this year. I think we're going to be about Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah, so that's what? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It took 8 days last year. So hopefully less than that this year. And again, some of the stuff we just don't have, so that's going to cut out.
Yeah, it's more complicated this year because of that. So with Reserve Your Spot, I think we're going to have, for the immediately shippable stuff, that'll probably be done by Tuesday, Wednesday. We've got so many Reserve Your Spot things that those will have to keep trickling out for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, so it's in Improved Garage, use the word normal, so it's normal is relative, Improved Garage. Yeah. But hopefully by Wednesday is when we'll be back to somewhat normal. Let's see. Sean T. says, how has Brad adjusted to life in Lady Lake? Quite a bit different from Colorado. That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's actually been easier for me because I spend a lot of time here. I enjoy the work that we do. My wife, not as much. She really enjoyed the Colorado life and weather there compared to here. I mean, it's very hot here. It's very hot. So it's been good. We actually had an offer accepted on a house 2 days ago.
Nice.
So yeah, we're settling in.
In Lady Lake or in the surrounding metropolises?
Winter Garden.
Oh, okay.
Winter Garden, south of here. Yeah, it's about 45 minutes.
All right, let's see. DG compliments you here. He says Longhorn and Olive Garden, a man of class and taste. That's true. Ali says, what's today's revenue so far? Well, we're not going to discuss specific numbers, Ali, but it's somewhere between 0 and 1 million. I'll tell you that.
That's for Hex members.
It's in between those two numbers. Although at the end of the day, it could not be between those two numbers if all goes according to plan.
It'll go negative.
Yeah, it'll be lots of refunds today. Let's see. David Talat says, do either of you know how Matt discovered Crinzler pressure washers? Yes. All right, next question. Tara CP says, can you keep pushing Matt to give away the Raptor? Actually, that's been discussed. I think it'll come up on the podcast today. I think that's the plan in January, February, something like that is the plan.
The problem is he's having trouble finding a replacement Raptor
Okay.
in order to give this one away. We're going to give something away. Something's getting given away.
All right, so there you go, Tara. We're working on it. And it's all about him finding a new one. So if you have any connections, we had a guy email us last week. I think that was Kevin, actually. He emailed us and put us in touch with somebody that could hopefully help with that. Let's see. Did the OG crew get a special catered lunch today for working hard to get orders out? No, David, we did not. I had my ground turkey and green beans. That's what I got.
I had 5-day-old chili. That's good. Yeah.
None of us ate Thanksgiving leftovers, I don't think. Interesting. Next door they had some. He needs help finding a Gen 3 Raptor. That's correct. All right, so let's see. Let me go back to, I wanted to go back to this page. What are people after the most? Because this has come up. And so we have an app. And if you shop in the store, you might be familiar with it. On each product page on the right side, if it is out, there's a blue ribbon that says email when available. And so you can click there. And as soon as it actually is listed as in stock, then you will get an email. Now, if 100 pressure washers come in and the 100 are spoken for, those are never going to come in stock and you won't get that email. But when that actually is in stock, you'll get an email. So someone wanted to know, let me see if I can make this bigger so I can actually read that. I need a number. Oh, it's not giving me my number.
Yeah, you're not going to get that.
Dang. So the most wanted items, though, here you go. Number 1, the Ego Stubby Nozzle. Now, we also have 700-ish. Let's see what today's count is. People like hearing that. 701 Ego Stubby Nozzles have been reserved already. So those people who put up the money, they're in line. They're going to get it as soon as it comes in. So 701 have sold. And another, I think there are probably 70 or 80 people who have signed up to get the email. Next most popular thing is the 1322 TS. Then a Veloci part. I can't tell which one.
Let's talk about that one real quick, though.
Okay.
The 1322. So
1322.
We have, I don't know, it's probably 40 or 50 people waiting to be notified. It's probably not going to happen for a very long time that we actually have it in stock, ready to go. People are going. I talked a few minutes ago about how there's 30 or 40 remaining on the next container. Those are probably all going to get reserved as well. There's going to be this continuous loop of the things that are available getting reserved. And so if you want a 1322 or a 1622 or the 1122, you need to reserve. If you want it soon or anytime in the next 6 months, you should probably reserve it now. It's just not, we're not going to have enough to just have them on the shelf ready to go for a long time.
There you go. Yeah, that's especially true on the Crinzlers. What else is something that's very true on that it might be a long time? Press-All won't be all that long. We're getting more air freighted in. Some transparent ones. We'll think about that and get back to you. Let's see. Just reserve some Prevost items. This is Win in the chat. That were out of stock. Do you know if they come in regularly? Just curious. Well, it depends on which items they were in. But if it was part of a piping package, any of those will be in next week. If it was a 50-foot green hose, what's that called? Stowflex? Yeah, that is mid-December is when we're expecting those. So it just kind of depends on what it is. But as soon as we get it in, Vin, it will go out to you. Is there going to be a garage giveaway coming up? I don't think we have one of those planned. I think maybe the Raptor. And if the Raptor doesn't work, it may be a garage giveaway, something like that. Matt's been watching your our Inside the Hex videos. Wants to know, did Brad get the Bronco registered yet?
So I have a 83 Bronco. I don't have a new Bronco. I have an 83 Bronco. And when I got the car, it had all kinds of problems. So I was unhappy with the seller. But among other things, when the title came, he had never signed his name on it. It was signed off to somebody else. And he sold it to me as a clean title. So went back and forth for a long time. I'm not going to say his name, but I ended up airmailing it back to him. And he sent it back to me by priority mail or whatever. So I got it like 2 weeks later. It's a title, this extremely important document. He just took his sweet time with it. And all he did was forge the signature of the last guy.
You could have done that yourself.
That's all he did. I was like, if he said, send it back to me, I'll take care of it.
That's funny.
I was already suspicious. I knew maybe there's some dealership thing that I'm not aware of, right? Maybe there's something going on up there. And so they send the title back to me. And he didn't. So what had to happen was there were multiple lines that had to go to a dealer, which then had to go to me. He used the same pen, the same color, the same handwriting. So I went to the DMV and I pretty much just played stupid. But yes, the long story short, yes, I got the Bronco registered. They asked me a million questions. If that didn't work, I had to call the police, right? I mean, what do you do? He sold me an unclean title. So it was a long saga. I probably got $20,000 into a Bronco that's worth what, $8,000 or something, right? So I'm using Matanomics right now.
Yes.
So hopefully it'll go. I'll give it away. How about that?
There you go. Bronco.
I'll give it away on my Instagram. I think I have 160 followers. So yeah,
You got a good chance.
to do a Bronco giveaway.
There we go.
It's just a stinky old one. Sorry.
All right. Ali wanted to know about last year's numbers. I'll tell you this. We had 2,865 total orders placed between Thursday evening last year and Cyber Monday. I think Matt's probably told that figure before, but it's in excess of, let's just say it was 7 figures. It was a good long weekend. So we're hoping, of course, to do more than that this year. But last year was a very big time for us. It was more than I think most other months last year if you were to go back and look at it.
If anyone can do some basic math, they can figure this stuff out pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, good luck to them. They can figure it out. Let's see. Alex in the chat here says, gents, clearly not speaking to us, but both of your day in the life vlogs were brilliant. We need follow-up videos. Ooh.
Maybe we can combine.
We
can
for
do
a 7-hour long
day together.
We'll have to chop that into 10 parts. Yeah, it was fun to do. I think we may do those once a year or so.
Yeah, I'll probably do those a little more regularly. We got good feedback from. We just need to get more of the team to do it. So it's I would say the same 5 people that are interested in being a part of the content. We got to get, especially the warehouse.
Yeah,
got to get them involved.
You don't want to watch us over and over.
It'll be the same thing that you saw that time. It's the same thing.
All right, let's see. For the Honda Civic giveaway, I ordered the Honda Bro shirt. Good. Is there a possibility you can re-release this shirt in white? I thought I saw some in white in one of the videos, and it looked great. I think there was a very short run of white ones, actually. Samples? Okay, sorry, Johnny Walker. So, no, we don't have those in white, but whatever our next giveaway
whoever
is,
has one here, he can probably put in an offer, right?
Yeah. Email Jeff at Obsessed Garage.
Buy it off their back.
If you were extra small, he's got one. How is Sonic doing on fulfilling MSS cabinets? How about Swiss Trax? Swiss Trax is shipping them out super quickly.
They're really great.
MSS, it depends on what cabinet or locker you're looking for, but those ship out fairly regularly, but not quite as often as Swiss Trax, which is pretty much every day they're getting them out. Any manufacturers you want to call out for being especially good about shipping fast following the rush? Yeah, Swiss Trax is really good. CR Spotless. Prime Lighting is always good. They have them out the same day sometimes. Who else? That's a good question. Improved Garage. I'll take on that. What happened to the garage giveaway winner from this year? Did he end up opting for the cash? Nope. He's still waiting to get his house all lined up. Johnny Walker says, I'll buy one in medium. Sorry, Johnny Walker, we don't have any samples. Honda Bro shirts in medium. Can we get a scrub and speak on the new old Bronco? That might be possible.
Probably need to. Yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah. Let's see. Will gun and wand kits be split shipped if one item isn't in stock?
Yes. So anything that we have. So we also have, like, let's say you buy a custom install. So it's one item that you bought. The things that make that up, we will be split shipping those as well. So if we're just waiting on a hose or just waiting on the unit, we'll send you all the other stuff. So then you can take that and you can go buy something at Walmart and use that until you get your Kranslow, or find a high pressure hose somewhere else, or do whatever you want in that meantime, or just sit there and look at it. But we're not going to just we're not keeping your items here. So anything that we have to send to you, we're just going to go ahead and do it now.
Yeah, and there was, CT, some discussion on that, like, well, what is somebody going to do if we ship them part of what they have then? And we kind of went back and forth about, well, we want to get everything in your hands as soon as possible, and if we have it, we need to get it out the door. And if you need one other piece, maybe you go find another piece somewhere. So that's kind of the deal there. Alex Shanks wants to know, does split shipping apply to international orders?
It does not.
No.
No.
International orders. Yeah, those get super pricey, as you well know, if you're ordering internationally.
Well, and with each shipment, we have to start worrying about duties collected. And so if we have one order going out and getting 2 or 3 different sessions of duty, whatever you would call that, collections, it gets very, very complicated. Just can't do it.
Let's see. Live update from the store. We have 726 orders today. There are 6,950 total sessions today, and currently 183 people are live in the store. Let's see the live view. Let's see. This tells me, 98 people from Los Angeles. Is that what a session is? What's a session?
A session is, so if I am one user, but if I come back 3 times today, I will have 3 sessions. So it's a visit rather than a person.
Gotcha.
So it's a more accurate use. It's a more accurate way to figure how many visits you've had, because if you're, I don't want to go into it. It's more accurate.
Gotcha. So our top 4 locations, interestingly, Los Angeles, number 1, Orlando, number 2, Chicago, number 3, Houston, number 4. 132 first-time customers, 515 returning customers. Interesting. And I'm looking, they're all over the United States. There's one in Canada. There's one down in Mexico. All over.
So the email we're sending out today, I don't know, what time is it? 11?
I got mine already.
1:30. So we're sending it at 11 a.m. for the recipient's time zone. So
Gotcha.
Europe got their emails 6 hours ago. I guess if it's 1:30, the mountain time just got theirs about a half hour ago. So the last one is going to be West Coast, and then I guess Hawaii and whoever. So what we've been seeing throughout the day is this kind of wave across the country of right at 11 a.m. the eastern seaboard had a big bump in visitors, and central, then mountain time. Just because our subscriber list, it's pretty big at this point. We've been collecting it for 6 years now. We've been making that list, and so it has a noticeable jump. We try to just send emails when we have something to say, but I kind of feel like you guys want to hear about this one.
Let's see. A couple more questions here, then we'll call it a day. Squawk 3000 just joined. Any details on the OG hose that's being developed?
They're coming soon.
We are working on them feverishly. We have a lot of HOSE hose that we're working with, and they're putting them together as we speak.
Our problem is some of the different fittings that come along with it. So the biggest problem that we've had up to this point is getting the hose itself. Now the bend restrictor is a big one that we haven't been able to get. Just pretty much everything. So now we finally got the hose in. Now we're waiting on something else. So it should be in the next week or 2 that we're going to start ramping up production there. Maybe 3 weeks.
Preston Huff asked a good question here in the chat, but I don't think either of us knows the answer to that, so I'm going to save that for the podcast, and Matt can answer that. Brad and I are not up on our interior conditioner, shampoo. Yeah.
Did you watch my scrub and speak?
Yeah.
I'm not the guy to ask.
He used Breakbuster on his windows. And he pretended like it was an accident. Let's see. Any other? No, that's all the questions we got for now. Let's see. I'm going to give one more update here. Let's see. This is kind of cool that people actually care about this. I guess I would care if a place that I follow.
You're a numbers guy.
Yeah, I would like to know all this stuff. 728 orders today still. Ooh, 10 are high risk. You fraudulent people need to stop. That's not.
Yeah, that'll stop them.
Yeah. If you're fraudulent and watching now, give up. We know who you are. $400 million in sales in one day. How about that? Not quite.
We could have done a whole broadcast where we just made wrong numbers up.
Ooh, that would be fun.
That would have got our competitors through a loop.
Yeah, let's do that next time. Make that note for next year. All right, so those of you who asked the legitimate detailing questions like that, I copied those from the chat. I'll ask those to Matt here in about a half an hour when we do the podcast. Here's one last question that we can kind of answer from Brendan in the chat. When will the stubby ego blower attachments be shipping? As soon as we get them in, Brendan, which hopefully we're looking at January.
The ETA from the manufacturer is January. We've been following up with him regularly, and he continues to stick to January, so we are inclined to believe him. But if that does change, we'll let you know. But January for now.
Our OG-produced garden hose is following. That's in the works. That's probably a long way away, but yes. Yeah. All right. Who do you consider competitors? No one. Only ourselves.
No.
Only ourselves. Just like when you go to the gym. You're not competing against anyone else. Compete against yourself. All right. Thank you all for the questions. Hopefully you learned a little bit. And if you want to come back, Matt and I will be back on in about 30 minutes to do the normal podcast. So thanks for your time, Brad. And thank you, everybody, for the questions and for tuning in.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
And we're live. This is fun. We should do this every day. live on live, and just keep it running forever.
All your cars will be clean.
Yeah, just keep it running forever. Maybe it'll keep me motivated. So anyway, what's going on here today? Nothing, no biggie.
No, just normal run of the mill Friday.
Yeah.
It's been very busy. The whole morning went by quickly, of course.
Yeah.
Everyone was remarking how it's lunchtime already.
Yeah, I'm hungry. I didn't eat breakfast, and then I just had like one small meal because I was hurting. I didn't even eat that much. It's like my body was like prepared for the pain, and I barely eat it. And now I'm gonna go home and eat everything.
Did you eat a whole pie?
No, I didn't. I ate like one little piece, and I was figuring I'd get up, and it was a good day. It'd be a good day to get like a stomach thing, to be sick, to not go crazy. But yeah, I did all right. I ate I ate a bunch of stuffing in the morning after I made it, and then that pretty much sterilized me for the rest of the day. It's weird.
I killed a bunch of deviled eggs. That's my go-to. Love some deviled eggs.
Deviled eggs on Thanksgiving? That's a thing?
Yeah. We had a little bit of everything.
Did you make them yourself?
No. Megan and her mom made them.
I can't eat anybody else's. Did they make it in your kitchen, though? In your purview? Because
I didn't see it happen, but no.
If I can't see it, I'm not eating that. I don't know why. It's one of those things that grosses me out. I don't know what went down. Although I was watching my video, and I dropped a bunch of bread on the ground. I didn't even realize. I just picked it up and threw it back in the pan. I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, man. That's good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, so hopefully everybody tuning in had a good Thanksgiving if you celebrate that sort of thing. Let's see. Today is Black Friday. We were very busy. We've been going all day long here. Right on time. Yes, of course, we're on time, as always. Have some good questions. I copied. There were some people who sent questions while Brad and I were chatting that you would be much better to address, so I saved those for you as well.
Okay.
But let's see. We got a super chat already. Let's see what that. Oh, he forgot his question. We'll get back to you, Colin. So let me go to a question here from. This is the one from Preston I wanted to get to before he was hopefully too long gone. Hey guys, happy Thanksgiving. My leather looks amazing in my F80 M3 after using a cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
However, I skipped the conditioner because it looks too greasy. (Parentheses not matte).
Mm-hmm.
Is it bad to not condition?
Well, it depends on what products you're using, but if you use the right stuff, it shouldn't look greasy at all. So you should be using Color Lock is what you should be doing. So you should be using Color Lock Leather Shield. And yes, you do want to condition, if you will, your leather. The leather in your car is a coated leather, so it's a leather with like a sprayed on, almost like a painted on, clear coated, dye. And so that rubs off and wears away over time. And so what Leather Shield will help, it'll help with that wear. But it won't clog the pores. You want to be careful with a lot of leather, so-called leather treatments, and they'll clog it up, and then it doesn't breathe as well, which will cause it to dry out. And so you want to make sure that you're using some of the right kind of product. And so I'm a big proponent of Color Lock Leather Shield. If your seats are older than 3 years, you'd use Leather Protection Cream. So you do Leather Protection Cream, then Leather Shield. But if they're newer, after you do a cleaning, you should clean with a leather brush. So it should be a brush, and it should be there should be a specific leather cleaner that you then sort of agitate with a brush, wipe off the excess, and then follow with Shield. That's the recommendation. So go to the site and go to the interior area, and you'll see all the stuff, and there's appropriate videos attached to those on the leather care stuff.
All right, let's get back to Colin in his super chat here. $19.99 US. Then
Nice.
he says, I have a 17 by 18 garage.
Mm-hmm.
What would you suggest for the best sound system?
Well, it just depends on the money, how much money you're willing to spend. I think in almost all instances, if I'm hoping that people, kind of take this path of, let's say you're going to do something entry level. I do like these PSB speakers a lot. Whether you're going to do a receiver and P5s, which are the non-powered, or you're going to do AM5s. I think step one is you want a decent pair of bookshelf speakers somewhere, as close to the countertop as possible, or maybe on top of your cabinets. And then you'd want to get some stands. I really like the isoacoustic stands to kind of decouple them from the cabinet if you can. And then the next step would be a subwoofer. So you'd want a subwoofer at some point. You want that somewhere, and that's where we're doing the like the wireless subwoofer control. The which one do we have? It's I don't think we have it up yet, but we do have them in stock, where you would want to connect a subwoofer to your system. So we're gonna have packages for you. So just bear with me, and I'll tell you exactly what you need to get. But that size of the garage doesn't really matter all that much, because most of these systems are gonna fill up even a bigger area. So it just comes down to money, price, and we're gonna have all these price points built. That's our focus. First week after we get through this week, our focus is the whole team. We're going to be driving the audio stuff, show you what we're doing, driving the creation of the audio stuff, I should say.
Another super chat, this one from Improved Garage, $4.99. Thanks for taking time out of your day to do all these videos, guys. This is really appreciated.
Yeah, so that's Brad and Bryce's idea of, hey, let's just run a bunch of live streams. And we also did a sort of a tour of what's going on and what everybody's doing. So that should be up on the YouTube channel here this evening. And wanted to do that for you and just sort of show you what's going on. This year we're not. It's about time for me to. I don't like this, but it's just not going to go well if I share with you too many numbers. And so we're sharing number of visits, number of orders, and you can kind of do some math around there if you wanted to, do make an average order value and number of orders. But the numbers are awesome, and I get why companies don't share that stuff, because then it just comes back to bite you. So as much as I'd rather just tell you what it is, we're going to avoid that, I think, this year and going forward, because either the numbers are too small, disappoint you, or too big and make you angry. So it doesn't really matter. The numbers are whatever you guys deem appropriate as customers and purchasers. So if I do share them inside the Hex, though, so if you're interested in that kind of stuff, we want to become a Hex member, we'll probably have a follow-up video talking about how we did this weekend.
And Brad and I gave some order numbers, so we'll give an update here. So we have so far today, just since midnight, I guess, 776 total orders.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in a quote-unquote normal day for us would be maybe 100-ish orders, depending on the day of the week and stuff like that. So very big day so far.
Yeah.
We got lots of time left, so that's good. All right, let's see. Oh, and back to Colin, the super chat. He said, money isn't the issue, just looking for a direct recommendation, this for a sound system, from the items you have in stock. So,
yeah, well, I mean, in a perfect world, you'd buy some Core speakers. So your Core studio monitors would be the way to go. So we do, Core 7s, Core 47s, or Core 59. That would be what you'd want. And then you would add either a Blue Sound node, which is what's sitting right here on the desk in that little pouch, either a Blue Sound node or even better would be to do a NAD C658, which we do have in stock, and then you would want a Core subwoofer, or if you don't want to go all the way to Core, the Core sub's $4,000. We could do a sub 18S with a pair of Cores, which actually works really well too. So in a perfect world, I would do a set of studio monitors. And so, somewhere in the order of, $4,000 to $20,000, depending on how much you want to spend. And then from there, we'd do like LYD 48s or LYD 8s with the same combo. You do so a practical, really nice system would be LYD, which we don't have in stock, but we do have some LYD 8s. So you do LYD 8, a Blue Sound node, and then a sub 18S. That combo is about $5,000 and will freaking change your life. It's really good, really freaking good. So for that garage, that would be amazing.
Terry Baker here in the chat says, big love and happy Thanksgiving from Ireland. That's cool. Thanks for tuning in, Terry.
The Europeans, do they do Thanksgiving? Or they just recognize it? I think it's not an American thing.
I think it should be, but hey, they can have it too.
Is it a North American thing?
We steal holidays from other people. Cinco de Mayo has nothing to do with us.
Well, I don't steal that, but
Oh, yeah, every
maybe
year
do.
you have a big party at your house, Cinco de Mayo.
Right. What does that have to do with me?
So I don't know. Now we got to look that up. So Terry, tell us in the chat. Do you celebrate over there? Let's see. From Michael Lung. Sorry about that, Michael. That was my order.
Ah, yes, it was.
That Matt
Yes.
packed today. I became a Hex Plus member after I placed the order, but was able to get the additional discounts as it hasn't shipped yet. So it's not too late to become a member. There you go.
Nice.
Sorry about that order. I hope it shows up. in
Well,
one
I'm
piece,
sad because it's a big order, and he got 2 little baby things I put in the box because some are drop shipped, and the other parts and pieces are reserve your spot. So he locked it down, and but the the big thing, the pressure washer will ship later. That's fun. That's cool. So he was paying attention.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's the first order I packed in 2 years. So there you go.
Did you sign the card that went in there with it?
Oh shoot! I didn't put one in there. See, I knew it. I screwed it up.
You could have had a 1 of 1 there, Michael. Speaking of Michael, Mike Monkhouse, super chat here, Canadian, $50.
Ooh, yeah.
Hey, Matt, you're a true inspiration to me and how I run my business in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. Hopefully, you'll end up here one day.
Yeah. Yep. I'm ready. They're starting to open the borders up.
Canadians are ready for us.
Hopefully, the Canadians start to relax a little bit and look at Florida. We're not all dead here. We're just fine. And we're open, baby. Just do whatever we want. And we retired the masks a while back, and it's okay. We're all here, and so hopefully Canada will open up soon so we can go up there and start providing the same solution to those who may want it.
We got a couple Europeans chiming here in the chat. Nico says he's from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do Thanksgiving there.
I didn't think so.
Outlander GoPro says no Thanksgiving in Europe. Our own Manny, who's from Portugal, I believe. As a European, we do not celebrate Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean it's the whole point is the Plymouth Rock and all that. But what does that have to do with? It has to do with European defectors, right? I mean, that's kind of the thing. So it wouldn't make sense.
So Terry, our buddy in Ireland, maybe he does celebrate it over there. I don't know, or he wanted to include us. That's nice, Terry.
Yeah.
Let's see. Improved Garage, $9.99 super chat. There's a gap on obsessedgarage.com for items used to clean a dirty car, carpet, shampoo, etc. Any plans to chase these as your team grows? I know you don't use them yourself.
Probably not. I mean, if you follow the formula, your car shouldn't ever get that dirty. If you follow the same sort of life path, if you will. But yeah, I mean, we definitely need vacuum cleaners. I mean, that would be a thing. And I don't ever really clean my carpet, so I don't think so. But who knows? Maybe when we start to fill in all the gaps, all the detail. I mean, I wouldn't say never, but at this point, there's so many amazing things we need to chase that I think that would be a further down the road thing if we ever went down that path.
Let's see. Young JPEG says, hey, Matt, what are your thoughts on Geon products, if you've ever used any? So far, I've been impressed with their Mohs coating and spray sealants.
Yeah, Geon's great. I think CarPro is better in most comparative instances. From what I understand, that there is a blender in South Korea, and that blender that makes CarPro, that's where Geon emerged from the same blender. Now, this is hearsay. I don't know the whole story. And so Geon, is essentially taking a lot of things that it'd be like Adams owns B&B, right? And Adams is now owned by a larger, chemical manufacturer. I think it's a Canadian chemical manufacturer. It'd be like if Chemical Guys, now Chemical Guys is older than Adams, but if Chemical Guys emerged from Adams, and you'd have a lot of, or from B&B, I should say, then you'd have a lot of similarities. So there were a lot of similarities between CarPro and Geon, and so Avi owns CarPro. From what I understand, he never says this, but I would guess he's not a real big fan of Geon. I'm a big supporter of CarPro. I love the CarPro products, and I also love I mean, the people that are here that represent both companies, both CarPro and Geon, are world class. So I don't think you can go wrong with either. I'd bought a bunch of Geon products when Esoteric was so Esoteric was pretty much the exclusive distributor in the U.S. This was 2013, 14, something like that. And so I guess it would have been late 2014, early 2015, where people on the forums kept telling me, hey, you need to check out this Geon product. And that's when I bought like Geon Vision or Geon View, sorry, and Geon Trim. And I didn't love either one of them. And then when I went to Esoteric's training, played with all their products, and wanted to be able to sell the products, and there may have been one or two that made the cut and were in my process, but I was blocked by many distributors from being able to sell it. And so I had bought everything that they made and tried it all out, and there wasn't anything that I was willing to like fight tooth and nail to get. And then I just kind of moved on, and I think Geon products are good. I think there's an equivalent CarPro that's just as good, if not better, in most instances. But the Geon branding's kind of cool. I wish they had better sprayers to sort of complement their really cool branding and decent look, at least very nice looking bottles, but they're not as functional. And there are much better coatings than the Geon coatings, but they're good. They're in the top 5, I think. Like I would pick Seaquartz UK or Seaquartz CIO2 or G-Technic. I do pick G-Technic as that's my favorite coating, CSL. Over Mohs, but Mohs is a good coating for sure.
Kevin Kerp here in the chat says, "Are those AirPods, and do you like/recommend them?" Yeah, I like them. I don't love them. The noise canceling is weird. It makes my brain feel like it's gonna explode. I like the transparency mode, so I can kind of hear what's going on around. But I've only started using them for a couple of days. I sold my big, goofy, fancy setup. They made me look goofy, but their fancy setup, the Odyssey LCDXs and the headphone amplifier. And I want to use them, I just never did. And so I was using these earlier to edit the Thanksgiving stuffing video that I'm putting on Inside the Hex. So they're nice. The quality's great. I mean, they fit well. They're pretty comfortable. I don't feel like my ears get all hot in them like they do in these what are these things called? What are these? Audio Technicas. I like them. It just went back to simple. That way I can transition from computer to computer and not have to have some big fancy rig set up with wires and all that stuff. Let's see. Brad Bacon, our very own Brad, says, "Hey Chris, what's in the white bag?" So you mentioned this earlier, but what is this exactly? That is a Blue Sound Node. So what would one use this for? This is like the magic box. This is the glue. This is the thing that you need in order to play decent audio in your garage. It's $549, so it's rather expensive but it does a lot, from a quality standpoint. So that is the thing that you would need to connect your stuff, not use Bluetooth. So I'm always talking about you can use your phone as a player, or you can use your phone as a remote. Your phone becomes a remote control for that device. So this is like a higher end version of Sonos, a Sonos net platform. So this is what you would do if you're like a high-end stereo shop and you're not selling Sonos. You would sell Blue Sound. So Blue Sound makes this, and it uses the Blue OS software, which I think is much better than the. So I really hated the Sonos interface. Maybe it's gotten better in the last 6 months, but when I had it at my last house, I got talked into it. It was just terrible. So that's not an amplifier. That's just a player, And so you would connect your phone. Actually, it's $599, not $549. Sorry. So that becomes your audio output device for your pair of studio monitors I was talking about earlier, like your Cores or your LYDs from Dynaudio. It could also become like a source if you had an old receiver you connect it to, or if you bought like PSP AM5s. Rather than connecting to the speakers with Bluetooth, you would want to connect to it with through Blue OS and actually use the Connect functionality where you're using that to play natively Tidal or Spotify.
And if you do that, then you're getting much higher res, higher quality audio. Or if you're using something like Cobuzz or Roon, if you're using Roon to sort of manage or organize all of your stuff, it's the glue, it's the player, it's the main thing. And the cool thing about that is then if you had another Blue OS device with all the NAD stuff that I'm interested in, the Blue OS interface is just so much better than anything else I've ever used outside of a really high-end programmed Control 4 or Crestron system. But the problem with that is you can't do it. You can't do a Crestron system DIY. You can't even buy it. You don't even know what it costs. So this is really simple, and I'm a big proponent of doing separate audio systems per room rather than doing a bunch of distributed stuff. Because I only want like 2 rooms, maybe 3 rooms of audio, and I don't want it all over the place. I'm just never going to use that. It's kind of like you build your kitchen table for the one Thanksgiving that you have every other year. Why would you do that? How about I just set up a table outside for the one time every 2 years where I need that many people, and then set it up for what I'm going to use every day? And so that to me is distributed audio. It's like you do speakers throughout your house, so that way with the one time you have a dinner party, twice a year, that you can turn some background music on. Otherwise, it's kind of dumb.
Adam Uhera in the chat says, I saw the Milwaukee drill and bit kits in the store. Was there a plan on how to make those work in the drawers using Tool Grid?
Yes, that is coming. It's really not too difficult to do, even to just lay it out the way I did. But as soon as we're waiting on a couple of pieces, so I can send a complete kit to Canada to my friends at Tool Grid, Mantis Tool Grid, to build us a system. And they'll build it a little smaller than like a drawer, like a Sabre drawer or Sonic drawer, so that way they can do it. We can do it in any kind of drawer. And then we can sell here's a full kit on how to organize this.
Typhoon 3S wants to know, what is the best interior carpet brush?
I have no idea. I just use the Color Lock brush if I ever needed it. I'm sure there's one, but I don't know.
All right, let's see. This guy, he was asking earlier, or lady, I don't know, Trera CP. What's the wait time for a Gen 3 Raptor? Any luck finding one? Paying a little over sticker usually isn't an issue for you.
I am not doing that, so I will wait till forever and refuse to pay more than sticker on a frickin' Ford.
That's the exact quote given by Improved Garage here afterwards. He said earlier he isn't paying over sticker for a frickin' Ford.
No.
Good job there. Adam also wants to know, hey Matt, have you been playing with the visualizer on GT4 RS? What color would you go with if you got an allocation?
I only went on for a few minutes. I'm telling you, people. People keep saying, well, but they said that everybody who wants one is going to get one. I'm telling you, we're not. The few people that are mortals that are going to get one were ones that have been planning and preparing and working with a dealership for years to get this, and they've just followed up all the time and put money down and all that. The other people that are going to get it are the guys that buy like 10, 12 cars, or have bought 10, 12, 15, 20 cars from the Porsche dealer. That have bought like 918s, they've bought every GT3 car. So like my friend Sean, who's like the guy at Hennessy, he gets the first call because he's also referred the whole Smokey's GT group. So he could probably maybe get one if he wanted one. He hasn't said anything, so that means he probably has one coming. So it's only the elite of the elite to the dealerships that I think are going to get this car, because everyone wants one, and I think everyone should want one because it's fantastic. I'm not even going to frickin' try. I want one. This is where I'd make that flip. I'd make that transition to do GT4 RS and just do a GT3, like to have my GT3 Touring and get rid of the GT3 RS. But I'd love to have one. Maybe I'll get one secondary someday, but I fear that this car, will be selling for, $100,000, $200,000 over for forever and grow, from there. Because I don't think they're going to make very many of them. We're already at a disadvantage that they have supply chain issues and chipset issues and things like that. And so I hope I'm wrong. I hope I have to eat these words and say, yeah, I got one. Everybody who wanted one got one. But Preuninger said that about every car. Yeah, all the people who wanted a GT car got one. Bull crap. It's nonsense. It's not true. It's not even remotely true. I want one. If someone wants to sell me one right now, a sticker, I'll buy one right now. I want it. But they can't get it. Doesn't matter. I can work as hard as I want. I'm not going to get one. So I'm telling you, people are not going to be getting these cars. Unless you're on the inside somehow or you have some inside path, you're not getting one. The only reason I got a GT3 Touring is because I'd been working on that for a while, and I had an inside path. So, I mean, you can't even, like, I even said, well, I'd offer up my GT4 and my GT3 RS at sticker, and then the dealers could sell them above that and make, $100,000 in those two cars, and they still wouldn't do it. So I guess if I was going to do that, I should sell it myself. And but again, you can't. You need something to get the cars, and it's just not. It's not in the cards. I'm telling you.
Artoon wants to know. He saw that we needed help at OG HQ. Did you guys fill those spots yet?
No, not yet.
Nope, not yet.
Yeah, so we're still looking for 2 people to come join the tech support team to help answer questions and really become an expert in the product. And then after you become an expert, who knows? Who knows what that leads to? I'm telling you, garage design is going to become a massive company, a massive section inside the company, which is going to support lots of media jobs and things like that. Where we're creating content, and then Destination OG is going to become a thing as well. We're going to need people to travel around and help maintain these properties, and there's going to be insane amounts of opportunity.
From Julian in the chat, what ceramic coating do you recommend for a bed cover?
I usually do I think CSL XO is the best for that. XO really is. If you just want to do one step, XO would be the way to go. I might bring a darn sweatshirt and sweat.
All right, let's see here. We had a question about the M12, Milwaukee M12 compact inflator. Tool only. We're all out now after the past day or so. We still have 2 of the kits available, but yes, we will be getting more of those. They have been ordered because those things are really popular.
You can reserve your spot,
yeah,
and then they'll come, hopefully rather quickly. Milwaukee's really getting their supply chain in order.
Teslafy BC wants to know, how are you liking your Uniden R7 radar detector?
The Uniden R7, it's great. I mean, I have 5 of them, so it's a great radar detector. I haven't driven the Tesla yet. I've been waiting because we needed to shoot some video of the wheels installed. So it's clean. I wanted to leave it clean, and so we'll take it out next week and do that.
Wandering Zev wants to know, hey Matt, can you talk about that fancy-looking wireless camera rig being used today for the live stream?
Yes. I don't know as much about it. So we have the new Cine 7, which is the new Smart HD 7-inch, high nit or high light output. What is going on with this chair? It's like not straight. So that's the Cine 7 is connected with SDI to the Canon C200. C200 Mark II, I believe, and then we have a 24 to 70 lens on the f2.8 Canon L lens, and then we have slider rails with our Ronin battery pack. So that's the battery pack for our DJI, our big Ronin. It's not Ronin S. I think it's just the DJI Ronin, the big guy that we bought for doing lead follow in cars. And so Bryce adapted that battery pack, so running everything off the big battery. And then we have a Teradek wireless transmitter, and then we have a Teradek receiver, which is connected to a laptop in the other room. And so we've been able to walk around wirelessly. Right now we're connected with HDMI, it's easier, and then plugged into the wall. But it makes our C200 mobile, for doing like the live wash and talk. And so Bryce has been working on that for weeks to get it set up where it communicates to OBS, Open Broadcast Source. And then we can use that to create a stream key, which then connects to YouTube. So we're evolving here, picking and choosing our battles. But that setup is pretty awesome.
I want to get to a couple of house questions here. First one from John Bartlett. When designing your new house, did you decide to keep the gym overlooking the sport court, which would be awesome, or did Michelle veto that idea?
We pulled it. I'm probably never going to use it. So I need to go to a gym. So we got rid of the gym portion. And then, if someday we get into it, I could build a little metal building out behind that. But I doubt it.
Question similar to that from Harvey, aharv30 on Instagram. How does the architect process work for the new house build? Do you pay them one time for the project, or do they bill you by the visit or by the hour? How does that work?
Well, it depends on the architect. The way that my agreement is with the architect is that I pay. I'm paying a $2,500 like initial meeting fee. Right, so that's to do like the draw it on paper renderings. If I guess it's not a render, but a sketch for to figure out what they are then gonna render in Revit or AutoCAD. So then you pay a price per square foot, and I think I don't remember what it was, but you pay a price per square foot for the drawings, and then I pay a price a square foot for the civil engineering, for the truss and engineering of the stuff. And so I don't know what it's going to probably cost 15, 18 grand, to do the plans start to finish. But you can hire architects that charge $1 million. It just depends on what you're doing and what level of creation you need, and how much are they including the interior design as well or not. And so we're actually going to have a video. I got to talk to Wob about shooting that. But Monday we're going down to meet with the architect, the designer, the builder. I'd like to start the process of videoing that now that I feel comfortable with the process. We're going to actually start to document it and share it.
All right, let's see here from Daniel Tate in the chat. Hello from windy, cold Scotland, United Kingdom. Do you guys ship to United Kingdom?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yes, we do. Just be aware there is a minimum order value because of the tax situation and getting that there. I forget what Brad
It's
told us
$200.
it was. $200-ish or 100 and something
Yeah,
pounds.
200 euros or $200, right.
All right. So yeah, Daniel, we ship to the UK every day, but there is a minimum order.
It's weird. Yeah, that's, I guess, part of the Brexit. They changed the importation rules, and so there's a $200 minimum order. It's weird. I don't understand that, but that's the way it goes.
Super chat from Daniel Morales, $4.99 US. Sorry if you answered this question already. We didn't. When will the next version of the active pressure washer be out? Should I wait or get the AR Blue 630?
No, I don't. I wouldn't wait. I think you would want to. I think you would want to get the AR regardless. But it's something that you'd be waiting forever if you're always waiting for things. But it's not that close. Yeah. And the one that comes out isn't going to be, remarkably different yet. That's going to be, several years down the road, as we work on different versions.
Yeah, Daniel, the earliest date we've been told is like August of next year for that version 2.0. Let's see. From Vince, any tips on connecting PEX water line to Prevost piping for the custom pressure washer installed solution?
You would terminate the PEX with a female half-inch connection. So you would get like either a SharkBite female NPT, so 3/8 NPT female, and then you would use either a straight or 90. So the best way to do it is to, like I did at my house, you'll see in the video coming out here this week, I terminate it with a PEX 3/8 female on the wall, and then we just we need to actually extend it out a little bit. So I did a little nipple, like a 3/8 male to 3/8 female, just because we needed another couple of inches because of the tile offset. And then you just take the NPT Prevost fitting and tape it and screw it on there and torque it down. So that's the way to do it, is to do a female NPT fitting.
Got a super chat from our friend Martin here. An alligator window tint, $9.99 US. I'm in Highlands for the week. The new green OG hoodie has been a lifesaver. It's so good.
Yeah.
You had yours on earlier.
Yep.
They are in the store. They are part of the sale, 10% off.
Do we have any left?
Yeah, there aren't many left, but
you want one. It's freaking awesome.
Now would be a good time.
Do we have more coming?
We do not yet.
Oh, okay.
So buy them all. Let's see. Richard L. says, will the new house be full with Hayfala cabinets and other stuff?
Yes. Hopefully.
All right. Where's my... There it is. Justin, I think you maybe talked about this earlier on the live stream, but I didn't hear it. Do you know when the demo/open box speakers will be available, and will there be a list of those items being released?
That's a good question.
And there's something planned for December
I guess I would.
15th or
Well,
something?
yeah, I'm thinking about the list, releasing the list.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't see why not, so people are prepared. What I'm not going to do is, because then it makes the whole sale as worthwhile when people are trying to beat the system and get it beforehand. I want them to. I don't want all the good stuff to get picked over. I mean, it's kind of all good stuff. But yeah, I guess we would probably publish the list. The plan was to do it December 15th.
It's a Wednesday,
and we do it at night, like 7 to 9, so we can catch people and catch them, before the holiday, and then hopefully ship the stuff out like that day or the next day, so we can get them out to people. So in case they were buying it as a gift, because it is all new stuff. Just a lot of it just opened the box and looked in it. But I don't see why we can't publish that list. I have the list done. I have the pricing done, and it's going to be not like it's going to be like legit, like near cost, which would get me in trouble with the vendors. And so that's why we can't publish the pricing or anything. You'll have to email us, and we'll email you back. So I do have to clarify it with Blue Sound NAD. I don't want to get in trouble with any of these guys, but we should be good to go. Dine Audio is approved of it, and they're stingier than Lynbrook is. So as long as I'm not, I don't want to devalue the product. But I also am sitting on $80,000 or $90,000 worth of stuff that I really don't want to let go, but it's sitting up there. Like I'm moving speakers around from room to room at my house. Like they're not even hooked up to anything. So they need to go. I'm turning into a speaker hoarder.
Obsessed Mobile Detailing says, do you have any plans to offer the Pressall household sprayer in 1,000 milliliter size?
They don't make it, so I don't think so.
That's an easy one. Next question is from Too Fast For You Racing on Instagram. You're going to love this one. He would love to hear Maddie's opinion on the third generation Camaro IROC. Could totally see him rocking the mullet and making that the next giveaway car.
Is there? I have no clue.
I'll look it up here in a second.
I have no idea. Yeah.
All right, Destin Roger says, have you given purchasing a Rivian any more thought? And have you looked at the Nadar 700 vacuum? Seems pretty legit.
I've been thinking about the Rivian idea. Those headlights are hideous. But I've been thinking about it, as a potential, maybe just get one just for the video part of it. And my guess is they're going to be kind of build quality issues and stuff, but who knows? And seeing if Michelle likes it.
Yeah, it's a weird looking.
I would get the SUV looking version, not the truck looking one. That thing.
R1S and R1T.
Yeah. It's like $80,000, fully all in. It's about as much as a Raptor. Maybe I could do. I don't know when the delivery of those things are supposed to happen. So I thought maybe I'd get one of those, do a giveaway on the Raptor, de-douche it, and then play with that thing, and then do a giveaway on that thing, and then get a Gen 3 Raptor when we're 2 or 3, 4 rounds of allocations in, and we're no longer in a supply chain issue. I don't know.
And I may have misspoken on the IROC question. It's not a new generation; it's the third generation,
Oh,
which is that one.
Okay, yeah, no, definitely not. I think it's garbage. Slow as crap.
Oh
and
man,
terrible.
You would love that.
No,
That's good.
no.
All right, TR Brian says, thanks for making the tool grid video with the moderators. I've been on the fence since you found the product, but that video was enough to convince me to place an order. Still not sure what I ordered. I think some pre-made packages would go a long way.
Yeah, right now you just have to just load it up. Just spend a couple grand on it and send the rest back when you're done. And you're still going to be missing some stuff. We've got to figure this out. So this is Tool Grid is the sole reason why I'm hiring 2 people, so that I can free up Tommy to start figuring this stuff out for us.
He then says, if you want a good laugh on a non-organized tool grid order done while driving, check out order number 135385. So I looked it up here. How much did he spend? $518 worth.
Yeah, you're gonna need a lot more than that, I bet, depending on how many tools you got.
You got looks like one of everything, and then 3 of some things, and 4 of others.
That would theoretically solve about 4 drawers.
All
So
right.
there's about 4. He's got about 4 drawers worth of tools if he did it right. It's $121 per drawer is the average. He's close, so next day he can have more. Yeah. But it's a good start. You just get stuff and then start fumbling through it, and you'll have a better handle on it. That's what I'm doing, and then we're going to hopefully be able to provide people with a resource that we can help out.
All right. Yeah, that's good, TR.
Help out there, how they buy it.
Question. We have a super chat here from Vince Morella. Just finished my custom home build. I care obsessively about the details. Warning for Matt. Your builder is going to disappoint you repeatedly.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Lots of good videos coming out of that, I bet. Kevin wants to know, is OG sending a Friday reserve your spot update? I've heard a lot throughout the day, so it makes sense if you didn't, just hoping and waiting on the K1122 TST.
I don't know, are we? I think so.
Yeah, that's the plan is to do, I think we said 1 a week, right? We're going to
Correct.
send it out to people and keep you in the loop.
This week won't have a video because we're ramming videos down your throat everywhere. Inside the Hex, on the channel. We have a 6-hour live stream today, but I think that I'd heard him talking about putting the update together.
All right. Attention to Detail 2020 says, Happy Thanksgiving. I snagged 10 of the 6-bulb overhead lights today. Thank you for the sale, and thank you for the content. Welcome.
Sweet.
Those will go out pretty quickly, too. Those Prime Lights is really, really good about that. Scott Taylor says, I already have the Milwaukee Fuel M18 drill, M18 driver, M12 3/8 stubby impact, and M18 1/2 mid torque.
Okay.
Which 3 tools should I look at getting next for general and around the house and basic car work?
I think you want to D-handle the rear handle circular saw, so I'd go big and have that one first. I love that darn thing. I think you'd want to consider the multi-tool. You'll find all kinds of uses for that. That's the little saw thingy in the front that you can chop baseboards and things like that. And then I'd start to look into the ratcheting wrenches, like the 1/4 inch or 3/8 inch high speed. You start with the 3/8 inch high speed ratcheting wrench. The other thing that you want to consider is the higher torque, like the mid torque versions of the right angle impacts. Those are also super useful. So start looking into those, and I like the 1/2 inch versions of those. So you're off to a good start, and so some of these other ones will be super useful for you. Trying to think of what other. You start to get into more obscure stuff, especially if you're saying an M18, like band saws and nailers and stuff that you're not going to use very often. But I think that'd be a good thing to get. Multi-tool. Start to look into I guess the right angle, the ratcheting, those are M12 stuff. But definitely consider getting the really fancy, really expensive, the D-handle, the 7 1/4 inch circular saw. I love that thing.
B Car Picks on Instagram says, I reserved my spot for the Dyne Audio Music 3. Dark gray. I was going to sit back and wait patiently, but heard you in the live stream mentioning you talked to the Dyne Audio people. Can you share what they said about possible ETAs?
I mean, they just don't know. Is it on the water, and where is it on the water? And we're also flirting with the potential that by the time you get the Music 3, that it's like a Music 3.1, which may have some updates. And so that was their, so we're thinking mid-December there's another container coming that they're not 100% sure what's on it, so there may be some musics on there. They don't know, is a refresh coming in June or is it coming in March? So they just don't have an ETA or an update on the music line. So I'm guessing we're probably going to see like Music 3s and 5s, and I don't think we're going to see updates for like a year. And I don't know what the expectation of the update is supposed to be. They haven't published any of it. So, and it's going to be a lot of more, just connectivity things rather than quality and speaker things. So I think it's going to be a moot upgrade. But my guess is that we're not going to see those for a long time, and so I think you'll probably see your music in January. Maybe 2 containers from now. I'm hoping the December containers filled with them, but they're just not sure. And I don't understand why it's so obscure. It's the same thing with a lot of companies. It's like we're not really sure what's on our container. So, yeah.
Verdict1 on Instagram says, earlier in the live stream, Matt mentioned preferring the 1322 over the 1622, even for those with 15 amp circuits, but would switch the nozzle size. What nozzle size would work with that setup and won't shut off and trip the breaker?
You'll need to move your foam cannon up to a 1.5. So you'll need to move the foam cannon orifice to a 1.5. So your foaming won't be as great. You'll have to use a little bit more soap, and you'll want to use warm water in the foam cannon with that. And then you'll want to go up to a 4.5 nozzle, which will move your pressure down to about 900. It'll move your flow up a little bit, but that should keep you working. Depending on if you have a clean 15 amp with nothing else on, if it's a dedicated 15 amp, you could probably still run a 4.0 on it and be okay. It's just the foam cannon part is where it gets dicey, because a 1.25 millimeter nozzle or orifice on the foam cannon, you'll pull 17, almost 18 amps. And so, that's not enough headroom. You'll be tripping the breaker and, overamping the machine at times. And so you would need a 20 amp for that. So a simple fix is to change to 1.5 millimeter for the foam cannon and doing the 4.5 nozzle. Now, remember that I would rather have 900 psi at 1.9 gallons a minute than to have 1100 psi at 1.4 gallons a minute, when I'm washing a car. So that's how you do it. Really pretty simple. And shoot, you might be able to run the 1.25, and you might be able to run. You just don't know until you give it a shot, on your circuit, on how your house is set up, how much headroom your breakers have, and what you'll find is as things heat up, as you're using it, and you'll get halfway through a wash, and that's when you'll start tripping breakers. But you're not really going to hurt anything by trying it and then adjusting. But if you've got $1,500 to scratch together to put together a Krenzel system, to spend another $100 on various size nozzles and things shouldn't change your life. That's what I would do to just sort of test out. But yeah, always 1322, definitely.
Yeah, it sounds like he's working within the 15 amp limit. He said he's had his mind set on getting the 1622 because of how low the amperage tested on the spreadsheet. So.
It's just lean. I mean, it's a lean machine. It's really quiet, and you're just going to feel like it's going to feel a bit wimpy, 1.5 gallons a minute. It's the same thing with the AR675 Pro. It's just a little wimpy. It's nice. Both of them are really nice, but that's what you do if you can't get, you absolutely can't get, a 1322 to work. I'd figure out a way to just get a darn 20 amp circuit. I'd run a darn conduit across the wall. I'd run it, on the side of my house. And don't, so again, if you got $1,500, pay an electrician, $350 to come out and do it for you. It's not as hard as you think. And just look in the phone book or Google it. I guess you don't have a phone book anymore. Google it. Electrician, my area. I know this is weird because I was the same way. I didn't know how to hire an electrician or a plumber. You just call them and you say, hey, here's what I want to do. I want to get a 20 amp circuit added. And if you don't have any room in your box, you could probably do a tandem. You might be able to have room to do a tandem setup. And so then they come out and do it and just run the line.
Speaking of that AR675, HD Bike Life says, hey guys, just wondering if you're going to be getting in any of those AR675 TSs.
No, I've had lots of conversations. The whole thing's kind of shady. The AR is the baby. That's the American guys here, the Kyle and his team. Kyle is the owner of AR North America. And it's like that's their baby. They sort of made this thing, and Samit, had something to do with that as well. And it just got kind of weird, the who's getting it and who has it, and I just didn't want to do the freaking work for putting the machine on the map so that all the Amazon sellers can resell it, and it was already too late. It was already too far gone. And so I'm just not going to do it because it's a inferior version of a K1622, but it's superior, and then it costs a lot less than a 1622, $400 or $500 less. Now the price of it keeps rising, but it's a 1.5 gallon per minute machine. It's really lean, and you really only do that if you have to. And I was going to carry it because it is nice, and it carry it the same way I'd carry the 1622. But I'm not going to do all the work if everybody else is, if they don't have any controls. Again, it's not nothing AR did wrong. It's just it's already out there in the world, and so it's already on Amazon. It's all over the place, and they didn't want to renege on any of their vendors and the path that they'd taken. And then I knew that they had several hundred of them, and the sales guys are calling us, telling we can get like 12. I'm like, well, I was gonna buy all 200 of them. What do you mean there's only 12? So they were just holding back chopping it up for various territories. It just got real weird, and I'm like, I'm just not interested. I wasn't that interested in it in the first place. If I could do it with no baggage, then sure, we would have sold it, but it's not that great for me to deal with all the baggage to sell 10 pressure washers.
All right, Frosting Inc. says, is there any coating that would bond to stainless steel that would help prevent fingerprints?
I don't know if it helps prevent. I need to try it, but doing the Dr. Beasley's metal coat. So I need to test that out.
We'll test that next week. Spencer wants to know, when does Matt plan on buying some janky New Age cabinets? Still rocking mine, but I don't love them.
Yeah, I need to get moving on that at some point. I was planning on when I finished my house, then I would order some Husky, New Age, Gladiator, Geneva, order a bunch of cabinets just to sort of demo and show, here's what you get. My fear is I'm going to fall in love with one of them. These Husky cabinets are amazing, and I'm going to have to figure out how to sell them.
Mark08EX says, is the Viper Chair Robust Steel Pro worth it, or would you recommend stepping up to the OG Viper Chair?
Which one is that? Is that the fixed one?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not. You only buy the fixed if you're like certain that's the right height. You want the OG version. You want the one that we're sitting on here, the regular one
right now.
Yeah. You don't want that one. You don't want the fixed one. You want the adjustable one for sure. And you don't want the sidekick. You do want the tool tray, but not the sidekick.
Side note from Mark. Did it take you this long to install your AR custom wall mount solution just because you were waiting on the Wizard Mike F to move to Lady Lake?
Yes, 100%.
He said just kidding, but yes, you're correct, Mark.
Yeah, 100%.
Clarity Auto Details says, do you have any desire to do Stradman's garage when that monster finishes construction? Do you think he's even the type of guy to want an OG spec garage?
There's what I'm learning. I guess not learning, but what I already knew in my soul. There are certain people, like the garage we did in Atlanta. There's certain people that are, the right people to do this kind of thing with. And there are certain people that are not. They're not afflicted. They're not quality chasers. What's Stradman's real name? Dennis or something like that. I forget what his name is, but he's a young, talented, smart guy who knows what James. That's his name. Yeah. So he knows what people want to hear. He knows what people want to feel. He knows, it's very clear to me he's attached to the psyche of humans. I don't know him, but I would wager that he doesn't know much about the stuff that I know about. And so if you don't know anything about that, you don't value it. And so then I would end up doing a garage with someone who's like, whatever, I'll take it. But if you're not, like, when you get something for free, or even if you paid for it, unless you're into it, like, it doesn't work for me. Like the garage we did in Atlanta, John is super into it. He's 100% bought in. was excited to be a part of all of it and to get it all. And so to convince somebody to do a garage, like when Adam LZ and I did his garage, we were into it together at the same time. He wanted it, I wanted to do it, we wanted to do it together, but we did it, we physically did the labor, did the install. Unless you're doing a garage, so I get these ideas all the time of people building houses and things like that. My guess is that guy's going to have like a bounce house in his house. He's going to have, like a ball pit and like a foam jump into thing. Like he's going to do a lot of cheesy stuff, and he's going to rely on the contractor to pick a lot of the things. He's probably going to hire an interior designer because that guy's making millions. He's probably making $10 million a year. He uses his clothing line. He gets massive views, and I'm sure he's got some other revenue streams. He's doing live reads and stuff like that, and he has almost zero costs because he's running around with a crappy Sony camera, vlogging everything he does, and so he's buying cars and buying a house and all of that stuff. And so you can just see it when guys like him get a car, they do all the things that they know that people think they want, but he doesn't really know. He's not really into it he's not going to be as into it as I would be in the garage, where like this is my life. I'm not very attached to what you emotionally and want to understand on it. So that's where like a lot of guys like him that get big views, they have a much greater intelligence of what people want to hear. And so I would pretty much guarantee you that he knows nothing about garages. He knows very little about cars. And he knows an insane amount about human nature and human psychology without even ever having to get a degree or something like that. And so it would just be a disaster, a complete waste of time for me, who I'm sold out on the stuff. And maybe he'd be all about it, but I just don't think it would work. We tried it with VinWiki Garage, and it was a good muse, but Ed doesn't give a crap about any of this. He wanted a nice garage like everybody would want, but I'm looking to work with people who like are sold out for it, who absolutely want it, who would have bought it, wanted to buy it regardless. And what you guys don't understand is that almost all of the YouTube, all of the influence community, they don't know anything outside of this emotional intelligence. They don't know, even if they're working on something very specific, they just don't know a whole heck of a lot about anything. So I've walked around SEMA with other YouTubers thinking we're like on the same page here, and they don't know anything, nothing. And so I'm telling you, I've met well over 100 of them, and they just don't know squat because they're generally regular people. And the reason why they have a great following is they know what you want to hear. They don't know anything about detail. They're not engineers. They're just people that know people. And that is why they're engaging and why I'm not. So, anyway, I hope that answers your question. It had nothing to do, and I've never met James. I don't know anything about him. Watched a few videos here and there. But I'm guessing, this is my snap judgment of the situation, that it would be a disaster for me, a complete waste of time.
Megan H. is tuning in from Ocala. I don't know if she's watching. Mm-hmm. She says, Harper May says, hi, Daddy. So, hey, Harper May. Go take a nap. Give your mom some peace. Let's see. Sunny Color wants to know, can we rewatch the entire live stream later?
Yes.
And then yes. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Improved Garage says, I put a 20 amp in my garage in 3 hours, including finishing 2 walls and installing the breaker. In most cases, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Now, a lot of these guys that don't think they can do that, you just have to hire somebody to do it. Mm-hmm. It's not, and it isn't that big of a deal. You can cut drywall. You just need to pay the people to do it. But again, if you're spending $3,000 on a pressure washing system, spend another $600 and have it set up. That's what I would do.
Have it done correctly the first time. Spencer says, hey man, I have a 630 wheel horsepower CTS V but it's 2-wheel drive.
Yep.
Not ideal for snow. I'm wanting to get a V8 sedan with all-wheel drive. Looking at an Audi RS7 or Benz E63 AMG. What's your take on those two?
You'll be bored to tears in both of those because they both sound like crap. And the RS7 sounds horrible, but it still sounds kind of crappy. And so you're going from this great sounding rear wheel drive thing. Now, the build quality on those two, you're going to appreciate much more. But you're going to be bored to tears in an Audi with all that understeer. You know, it's going to be plowing through the turns. And then the ugly slant back thing. I think the E63 looks a lot better, but it sounds like, especially if it's the new one, it sounds like hot garbage. And people who say otherwise are on crack. Like the E-Class and C-Class, like C63 AMGS, just, oh my God. It's worse sounding than an F80 M3. Just terrible. Just, it sounds like it's huffing through a giant straw, and then they put some farts on the end of it. You know, some burbles to help mask how bad it sounds. I was considering on them, like, this would be cool. Just pimp cruise around in a E63, and the new ones are just, and you know, a horrible automatic transmission, but probably not all that dissimilarly horrible than if you have an auto in your, you know, CTS. But maybe he's lucky and has a manual. I don't know that they make a manual. I would assume they did in the CTS-V, but you know, those two cars I think you're gonna freaking hate.
John Bartler wants to know. He says his garage is 25 feet wide by 35 feet in length with 11-ish foot ceilings.
Yep.
How many OG light fixtures should I get?
I would probably do 9 6-bulb fixtures.
All right, there you go, John. Let's see. That's all the questions I had there. Is there another? Mike T told me there's some other live stream we're doing after this. Are people still tuning in after this for something?
I think we're done.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm done. I don't know about you.
Oh. Yeah, I think I'm done. I think he said Mike F. Maybe they're going to do something with him. So
yeah, I don't know.
We'll see. No, we haven't hired the person yet. We talked about that briefly. So if you are in the market and looking for a change, we're still accepting applications. There's a place on the website where you can do that. And then Tommy and some folks will get in touch with those who are kind of meet our criteria. But that's about it. I think that's all for now. We got work to do around here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fun. I guess we'll maybe see. I won't see you. I'll see you later this evening if you want to watch the video of the behind-the-scenes tour. I think it's uploading right now. Should be up this afternoon, early this evening, and you can go back and watch this if you missed the earlier stuff, the live wash and talk this morning, and if you missed the Chris and Brad session and another little behind-the-scenes thing, that should be up. That will be up here, and it'll also be on the podcast as well. I'm sure we'll throw it up there, but that probably will be later next week. But there's a Hex vlog up today inside the Hex. Go become members there. And then I am finishing up editing a Mormon Yankee stuffing.
That's what I was going to ask about. What's the next inside the
I already
Hex
told
video?
everybody next door I'm going to be making a pivot. I'm too good at this cooking on camera thing, so we're going to have to make a transition there.
Well, Toda says it's live already. That's good.
Yeah, sweet.
All right, so yeah, Inside the Hex, if you're not already members, now would be a good time to join. You get 15% off during the Black Friday sale instead of just 10. So
Cool. All right. We'll see you guys next week.
Next week, we'll be here.
Later.